please take your seats. Thank you to all. We have our public audience divided because on the next room, precisely we are already having some business rounds, some contact. This is the reason why some of you will be here and some over there, for you to know that it's part of the dynamic that we have in the K-Cafta Forum, with the interest of not just listening to those who are going to be sharing their knowledge on the topics in the agenda, but also about the important relationships and business contacts, which is a fundamental objective of this event. So please take your seats so we can receive our guests. First of all, on behalf of the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, CABEI, and the Republic of Korea, we would like to welcome you warmly to the second session, of which is the opportunity historical events, and this is the way we have considered since the beginning, whose objective to strengthen trade, investment, and cooperation between Korea and the countries of our region. Yesterday we had an unbelievable day full of knowledge, experience, and proposal focusing on the strengthening of these business relationships between both regions, with the presence of government representatives, the private sector, directors of economic sectors, and social organizations, which very importantly believe in the inter-regional cooperation. So thank you very much in this forum, K-Cafta 2024. We are going to start to the panel on K-Cafta business practices and the path to follow. The moderator will be Ms. Yaruma Vascos. She is the Director of Foreign Trade and Regulatory Improvement in the Chamber of Industries of Costa Rica. With more than 20 years of experience, she has focused on strengthening competitiveness and sustainable development of the industrial sector through strategic initiatives and effective policies, and committed with the promotion of the regulatory improvement and facilitation of trade. Through her job, she has focused on providing diverse perspectives and enrich her team in a constantly evolving field. She has worked as an advisor to the Ministry of Foreign Trade of Costa Rica, National Office of Protection in UNHCR, strategy and communication attorney and advisor for different NGOs. She has a master's degree in trade and international business and a specialization in human rights and international rights of refugees. She will be joined with Mr. Young Woo Chun, Director of the Implementation Division of the Free Trade Agreement of the Customs Service of Korea, who has also worked as director of the Future Strategy Team and vice director of the Center of Risk Management, who also has a deep knowledge in trade strategy, risk management, which undoubtedly will be valuable contributions for this panel. Also, we have with us Mr. Yu Shuwan Sol, President and co-founder of the company Latida Global, where since 2021 has led the strategic vision and operations of the company. Before Latida, he co-founded and was CEO of Plati, and his experience also includes an important work in the tourism organization of Seoul and Naver Band. He has a degree in political sciences from State University of New York in Binghamton, and his experience and leadership grant him a unique perspective for today's discussion. So let's welcome them. Good morning. To all the attendees and the panelists who are with us, thank you very much for being with us today. And yesterday, we also had very enriching presentations. In this session, we are going to deepen in the opportunities and challenges that Central American countries and Korea have to explore and leverage the potential of the free trade agreement subscribed several years ago. We have the participation of Mr. Yu Won-sul, Chair of Global, and Mr. Gushon Young, Director of the Implementation Division of the Free Trade Agreement of the National Customs Service of Korea. The idea is to explore a little bit more the business opportunities between Central America and Korea, as well as the strategies to take the best advantage of these opportunities. This morning's panel will be organized as follows. Each of the panelists will make a brief presentation, and then we will have time for a couple of questions, more specific questions, to take advantage of this high-level panel that, hence to CABEI, we have the opportunity of enjoying. So if it's okay with you, let's start with Mr. Woo Shung Chun. Good morning. My name is Jong-Gu Chon, head of the FTA administration of the Korea Customs Service. First, I would like to express my satisfaction of being here with you in this forum and to have this opportunity of making this presentation before experts and representatives of the different countries. First, I'm going to explain the context in which Korea has been promoting its VTAs. The tariff classification is the first phase that we engage in when the country sits at the table to take advantage and benefit of the preferential tariffs. We verify if the merchandise that is exported or imported meets or belongs to the list of non-taxable items. And we participate in all processes related to the origin and everything that has to do with the free trade agreements. And we are the only entity, public entity, in charge of implementing the whole life cycle of an FTA. Yesterday, we discussed the importance of signing FTAs, as well as the need to expand them. As we've seen yesterday, the FTA brings about many benefits and responsibilities for companies to take the most advantage they have to accept a burden. This is why the government agencies of Korea offer diverse mechanisms and make great efforts to relieve this burden of the private sector a bit. I am going to follow this order. The Korean experience regarding the free trade agreements and strategies of the FTA for the next generation. First, the Korea's FTA. As President Chavez mentioned, after the Korean War, Korea found all of its country's infrastructure destroyed, and under devastating situation of the economy, export was a path to follow for the country to overcome the strategy. In addition to the lack of resources, or despite the lack of resources, Korea had an abundant manpower. So based on this manpower, it made great efforts to overcome the situation. In 1997, there was a financial crisis of the IMF, and in this situation, the National Customs Service found the need to find a new engine of growth, and the free trade agreements, we found the answer. Currently, we have free trade agreements with 59 countries, 21 treaties with 59 countries, and we have already finished the negotiations of 5 agreements with 10 countries. After our first agreement with Chile became effective, we have signed the agreement with Central America in 2019. And as a result of this, is the commercial volume of the free trade agreement the next 20 years. In the last 20 years has increased 166%, and the percentage of total FTAs reaches 80% in the rate of the advantages of imports and exports. And the number of certificates of origination has also increased exponentially. When the base rates are similar, there is no need to use a free trade agreement. So the applicable rates are, if they are higher, in these cases we can use the free trade agreements to benefit from the preferential tariffs. And since then, the number of certificates of origin emissions has also increased. Now I am going to talk about the free trade agreement with Central America. The trade volume registered an amount of $2,473 million last year, and after its effectiveness in 2019, the volume grew, and then after the pandemic, it became stagnant. And these figures include both exports and imports. In Costa Rica, the trade volume grew 70% after this trade agreement, and Panama, for instance, so its flows of trade with Korea have been reduced in the last few years. The clicker is not working. Could you please move to the next slide? However, the level of utilization of the free trade agreement, both exports and imports, has decreased in the last 4 years. In the case of Korea, this level exceeds 80%. But in average, the utilization rate is not yet very significant. In imports to Korea from Central America, according to data for September 2024, the utilization rate of free trade of Costa Rica, the higher being 163.5%, while Honduras has a low rate. And in imports, Korean imports, the utilization rate of the free trade agreement of Nicaragua and El Salvador are over 90%, while Panama has a very low rate. This means that there is disparity among the countries regarding the utilization of this free trade agreement. And what are the main export products that use the free trade agreement? In the case of Korea, vehicles and vehicle parts. And the main products that are imported: sugar cane, banana, coffee, fish for forage, and on other agricultural products. In these items, Korea is using the free trade agreement. To benefit from the free trade agreement, it's important for companies to have the right information about the tariff classification, the paperwork to issue certificates of origin, and the necessary operations for the later verifications and so on. But all of this presupposes a great barrier for companies, and to alleviate it, we have taken on several initiatives at the National Customs Service. For companies without knowing the whole content of each of the FTAs, and for them to be able to follow the free trade agreement without problem, we enacted a law on special cases of the customs law for the implementation of free trade agreements, which was enacted in 2005. And this legislation reflects the changes of the national and foreign surroundings and the needs of the sector. And also we have created a support center for exports and importers in the offices of our customs service with the purpose of undertaking several operations such as the emission of certificates of origin, authorized economic operators, consultancy services, and so on. And we have created a portal exclusively dedicated to the free trade agreement in 2006 with the purpose of offer comprehensively or information related to the agreements. And we have started using a platform that is used free of charge, whose users are 29,000 companies. And in 2023, so up to 2023, 23 million of determinations of origin have been originated using this platform. We also created the Korean Institute of Origin Information to organize training programs. Every year, 2,400 companies receive training in this institute. And we also provide education for the implementation of the free trade agreements to workers of the National Customs Service. In this way, we have reorganized our legislation and created several support instruments for operators in foreign trade, which has contributed to the increase of utilization of the FTA. From now on, I am going to propose a business module. Currently, green customs is a very highly discussed concept among customs authorities in the country and the World Customs Organization, and it's considered a good alternative by promoting used products and reduce greenhouse emission gases and CO2 emissions. In the case of used cars, originally, these cars are manufactured for internal consumption, and after their commercialization in the internal market and their use, they are exported abroad. In this case, it is very complicated to verify the origin and get the documents that verify the origin. And to resolve this, in the case of the agreement, with the tariffs and the regional content to demonstrate the origin, with the fact that this product, this car, has been manufactured in a specific nation, we are able to verify its origin. And in this case, we attribute the VIN, the vehicle identification number, when it is produced, with which it is possible to verify its origin and issue the certificate. The vehicle identification number has 17 digits. The first one is the country, the 10th, the year of production, and the 11th, the information of the manufacturing factory. I hope that in this forum we can address the different ways to simplify the verification of origin. This morning, with the customs authorities and the Ministry of Foreign Trade, we have scheduled a meeting precisely to debate this possibility, which makes us very happy. And hopefully we will be able to reinforce cooperation to come up to settle green customs. Now I'm going to talk about the future strategies for the National Customs Service Free Trade Agreements. Since 2004, in light of the accumulated experience in the last 20 years, we have published a strategy for the futures FTA 2.0. This strategy was published in April this year. And the strategy includes innovation of infrastructure, the creation of ecosystem, global cooperation, and the responsibility of the public sector and the private sector as well. It also seeks to innovate the way of working to make it more efficient in order to achieve a shared growth between the private sector and the public. We hope to be able to disseminate different systems that we have created to facilitate the implementation of the free trade agreements with different countries to contribute to the simplification and facilitation and emission of certificates of origin, and in this way build a system that can respond to the changing trade regulations worldwide. And in the National Customs Service, we are open to collaborate with the social partners and custom authorities of Central America to achieve sustainable growth. Thank you very much for your attention. Good morning. Have a good day. My name in Spanish is Juan, or Juanito, as Latins call me, because none of my Latin friends could pronounce my name, so they gave me a Spanish name. It is really an honor and a pleasure to be here participating as a panelist in this very important forum. And I would also like to especially express my appreciation to our ambassador, Jorge Valerio, who, for his love to Korea, he went back to Korea as an ambassador. Thank you very much. My company is called Latida, and it means the promised land. So our initiative started thinking about working on sustainable trade by helping small and medium exporters for them to be able to export and explore the Korean market. We have experience managing banana, plantain, beef, avocado, frozen avocado, and coffee, and other products as well, but these are the main products with which we have been working. During these projects, we have worked as importers, exporters, and coordinating agency among different companies. And talking about banana, we have managed about 500 banana containers from Latin America, about 200 containers from Guatemala, and 300 containers from Colombia. In terms of beef, we have moved from Mexico, and plantains, we have moved it from Guatemala Coffee right now, we are in conversations analyzing Brazil and Colombia. And also, I have imported some 4 containers of banana from Costa Rica. I'm just beginning, but I am here in order to increase the volume. Now I am going to be talking about my experience with trade between Latin America and Korea, and the importance and meaning that the free trade agreement has had for the business that we do with Latin America. First, I would like to talk about the experience I had with Mexico. In Mexico, we worked with an important retail group called Soriana, and we connected with a group in Korea called LF Food, which is a branch of LG Fashion, and it has also a foods branch. I connected them during the COVID to import beef and use it in their buffets. But this experience failed in the sense that we weren't able to continue with it because it's Mexico doesn't have a free trade agreement. We're only able to import 4 containers, and then when more competitive products started arriving from countries that do have a free trade agreement, we lost competitiveness and we couldn't continue with the project. So having a free trade agreement provides a great advantage to be able to enter the market and expand your presence over there. The second experience that we had was with a company in Guatemala called Palo Blanco. This is a company, the third or fourth largest in banana company, and the largest in avocado uh, products. So with them, we work to sell in Korea through home shopping channels, contracting K-Paperos, Servidares, and do some marketing together. We are in several important retail channels, such as Coupang, which is the Korean Amazon that has 35% of the online market, and several important Mexicans, such as On the Border and Fatos. But we had to stop because the business was doing very well, but Peru and Colombia already had a free trade agreement, so we lost competitiveness and we couldn't continue because the tariffs for guacamole is 45% plus 10% of VAT, so it is impossible to compete. Also, with this company, we import plantain, fried, and tostones. And the largest experience in volume was in banana. We were able to bring Colombia banana, Guatemalan banana to Starbucks, to P-Mart, which is like Rappi in Korea. It is a home delivery service. And also a group called Elad Retail, Kings Club, and Coupang, and where we developed its private label. Korea is a country that is not so young anymore. Our population is aging more and more, and the volume of import of fruit decreases every year. But right now, people are focusing on quality. So it doesn't matter if the fruit price is a little bit more expensive if you can guarantee quality and the specifications required by Korea. So Korea is willing to pay that higher price. Now I'm going to talk about the impact that the free trade agreement had for the banana sector. If you look at the figures, you can notice that Philippines in 2020 was responsible for 74%. In 2010, Philippines had 99% share of the total market in Korea. But Ecuador and Colombia were the pioneers in entering the Korean market with banana, and Latin America started having 30% of the total market share for banana. And if you see in 2020, Colombia had 7.8% of the market share. In 1 year, they went from 0% to 7.7%, being able to enter to the major retailers such as E-Mart and Lotte Mart and others. But then that figure dropped in 2023 And 2024, we almost have not been able to do anything because of the drought in Panama. This was not related to the free trade agreement, but because of the drought in Panama, the vessels who took 60, 70 days to cross. We ordered fresh banana, but we received banana puree. So it was impossible to continue. And if you look at this, Costa Rica in 2020 had 0% market share, but over time, by not having to pay tariffs, it increased to 2% and 5%, and we project that this year will be close to 5%. And I think that these figures could grow even more, up to 8 or 9%. But Costa Rica is also suffering with the same problem as Colombia with the Panama Canal. So we have not been able to get there. Now, if you look at Ecuador, it used to be 5% more or less in 2023, but in 2024, it jumped to almost 12%. They don't have a free trade agreement with Korea yet, but they duplicated the amount of exports to Korea because this year the Korean government implemented a special policy of getting rid of the 30% tariff. So Ecuador this year didn't have to pay a 30% tariff. So this is why exporters from Ecuador started exporting a lot of banana and place it in the market through multinationals such as Chiquita, Dole, and Del Monte. And unfortunately here, other Central American countries such as Panama or Nicaragua are not listed. But there are some importers that are promoting businesses in Nicaragua. I have also sent 4 test containers from Panama, from Nicaragua, but really in a world that is unknown on both sides, we require trust and building a relationship between doing business in large volumes. So what does Latida do? Basically, we have a mindset that we are not the exporters' clients, but that exporters are our clients. This is why the promised land. So what we do is to get together with exporters or cooperatives to teach them how to enter the Korean market by teaching them the packages that work better in the Korean market. The packages for Korea are different from the packages that are sent to the US or Europe. So first of all, to suppliers, to farmers and packers, it is hard to do it, but it's worth it because of the price that the Korean market can pay. So we teach the exporters how the Korean market works for the products that they want to sell. And we also provide information to the exporters as to how the price trends in the wholesale and the auctions are, so that exporters can have a strategy to know their best time to enter the Korean market. For instance, if you look at this at the top, this is the month, January, February, March, and you can see that March, April, May, the price of a case in the auction place in Korea is almost $25. But here we are talking about 13-kilo case, an 18-kilo case from Costa Rica to Europe, the Chiquita or Dole or Del Monte. In a good time, the price can take $20, $21. But this is 13 kilos, and in Supasta it's up to $25, which is a highly competitive price and very attractive for exporters. So we work to teach exporters about the trends on how historically it has worked and what projections need to be considered and when it is the best time to sell and not to do so. We are also offering a service to allow exporters to understand how to break down how much it costs for the importer, because we are in a transparent world. Information cannot be hidden or should not be, and so prefer to open up all of the information so that exporters have a deep knowledge of cost and prices for the importers to bring their products into Korea. In this way, Latida so far has been working as an importer and exporter, but also as coordinator and agent of among different companies that want to enter the Korean market or come to Latin America. Right now, we are also looking for coffee products for a Korean franchise that has 2,700 stores. When we have requests of this size, of this volume, we don't work alone, but we work with government entities such as Procomer and different cooperatives to be able to have and complete the wish and meet the needs of the importers. This is my presentation. Once again, I am here very thankful to be able to visit the land of Maes and Compass. Thank you very much. Pura vida.
Thank you both for the very interesting presentations. We're going to ask a couple of questions to take advantage of the experience. Ju Jong mentioned at the beginning the specific experience in risk management. And in the talks yesterday, they mentioned the importance of working on improving processes to potentiate taking advantage of it. So, to know specifically in terms of procedures, are you developing in Korea trade facilitation, the possibility of underwriting agreements for mutual recognition? But in risk management, can you share what you've done in the struggle against illicit trade and the possibility to establish some partnerships in this regard in the region? Regarding trade facilitation and risk management, these seem to be opposing concepts, but they have a very close relationship. In the customs service, it works with different countries not signing mutual recognition agreements. But in the framework of this agreement, authorized operators may do more faster management when importing or exporting. In this way, we're expanding the benefits derived from the FTA. In terms of the FTA, in terms of risk management, in the case of 5 South American countries, it seems the agricultural products, including banana, the producer of agricultural problems should offer documents to confirm the origin to the exporter. And it's not easy for producers to have and to not have these products to confirm the origin, so they should pay a very high fee of taxes. Therefore, to support producers, we operate a mechanism of simple authorization that allows producers to certify the production of their crops. So apart from making paperwork easier, we also work on risk management, and this has been the constant concern of the Korean government. To learn from Wang, and I'm going to try again to pronounce your name correctly. You've mentioned some of the experiences your company has had with entrepreneurships in Latin America, in particular agricultural products. I'd like to know the experience from Latin America you already have, which one could have further growth, or the niches that we're not even dealing with. It can be in the agricultural sector or finished products. So, what do you think are the challenges that we should roll up our sleeves and try to deal with more immediately? Well, strategies and collaboration among government organizations like Procomer and um, this sector, but not only to select these sectors, because we've seen in Korea that maybe banana can be a very attractive item, but it also depends on the effort made by Procomer or entities. Every country has to promote these businesses. So more than attracting a certain product, to me, it was very important for government entities to make the effort to organize these events and inform the Korean people about the good products Costa Rica has, because Asia has a trend to do business after creating a long-term relationship. So rather than getting one day and beginning to buy now, maybe you need multiple meetings. So my apologies if this doesn't respond to your question, but many of the interesting and special sectors have been analyzed. But the effort now has to do with the collaboration of the private sector to promote these sectors. I think we can take a couple further questions. For Mr. Gu Shun-yong, Korea has very robust experience in simplification, in eliminating hurdles. Um, there are some initiatives, for instance, the regulatory sandbox and regulatory free trade zones. So we'd like to learn about the experience you've had in the regulatory arena in the process of eliminating unnecessary hurdles. The National Customs Service and the Korean government in general are always interested in facilitating the operations of exporters. And therefore, they've worked to alleviate the restrictions. And the government is always concerned about identifying the hurdles that overwhelm exporters regarding the certificate of origin. When the exporter requests the verification, they have to resort to the competent authority. And they did this before, but to eliminate the need to do actual visits, we've digitalized all of the processes to request the certification of origin. In this way, we've been able to save a lot of time of the companies. And regarding restrictions, we always try to simplify processes for exporters. For example, to simplify in one single portfolio or file the documents that should be presented. Thanks. And to wrap up with Juan, in the experience you already have with experiences in the region, some recommendations or suggestions you can provide as far as infrastructure and logistics. You mentioned yesterday some initiatives with the support of funding to have more fluent transportation. In the case of Costa Rica, we have important challenges in our port of the Pacific, and deal with the barrier logistics can mean in terms of transport to be closer to countries we should be closer with. That's a very good question, and in turn, a very complicated one. I believe it's Korean Asia and the issues they're having with this region, because before COVID and the drought in the Panama Canal, the transit in Korea was between 25 to 28 days when we paid a reefer fee for $2,500 transit. If it's fast in 35 to 40 days, sometimes even 60. And reefer fee can be, we pay even 8,000 per container, which is insane. But the idea is to try to be creative and look for other solutions. What you mentioned is very interesting. Here in Costa Rica, we're talking about a banana group, and we're looking at the possibility of sending the containers through Panama so that they don't have to go through the Panama Canal, but get to Balboa so that it can go directly to Busan. It's 18 to 20 days. That can be a bit more costly than a normal reefer, but if that takes care of quality and transit, and if it can be minimized, I think it's worth looking at these options and routes that are not conventional. So thank you, and it's been very fruitful. Um, we hope this is the first of many approaches. There's an important potential in the region to get closer to Korea, and we hope we take advantage of other sectors before agro. Unquestionably, there's a lot more we can offer in the region. And thank you for CABEI for having generated this space. Thanks to our panelists for the interesting knowledge you shared on commercial practices of K-Cafta and the road to follow. And spaces like this that seek to generate these contacts. We're going to continue this day with the presentation of session number 9 on the trade promotion in precision agriculture. For this session, we will have the participation of Park Jong-hoon, Distinguished Professor of the Korea Dance Institute Science and Technology. He's an outstanding academic and an expert in technology with an impressive career of 35 years in R&D at the Research Institute of Electronic and Communication. He's led projects such as digital computer system, satellite technology, and logistic automation. And as manager of The smart greenhouse developed in Costa Rica together with CABEI, the National Institute of Innovation in Agriculture, INTA. And we understand his extensive experience and commitment with sustainable innovation will enrich this space. So please come up front and we will welcome him with a hand. Thank you for the introduction. The topic I'm in charge of right now is smart agriculture. And it seems to me this is the sector in which we can make our collaboration flourish. And after my presentation, INTA of the aspects that may be redundant and in the past, agriculture depended on the knowledge of the agriculture, but this modality doesn't work today. Today is it's based on data accumulated with the years, and we need technology to obtain this data. Cloud computing, big data, or AI can be applicable, drones, all of that can be used to collect information. And this is why we call it smart, because we use different technologies. First, to increase productivity. And on this slide, you will see the image on top of a temperature lower than minus 30 Celsius. We can still harvest fresh vegetables. We've added one further purpose, and it's the survival of humanity. If climate change continues, we need to worry about the food we eat. This is why many countries are interested in smart agriculture. The UN also shares this vision. In the case of Korea, it has many strengths in smart agriculture because Korea is one of the powers in IT in the world. So the application of advanced technologies has been used in agriculture. And there's a big concern and interest from the government that invests a lot of money in the promotion of smart agriculture that allows us to participate in different markets. For instance, Africa, Southeast Asia, Central Asia. We go to different countries in Central America, and several attempts have been made. One of them is precisely this project that you see on this slide that has been funded by CABEI. We heard yesterday about different projects funded by the bank. And this is one of them. And this is the application of smart technologies in agriculture. And if successful, it'll be replicated in other countries in the region and even all the way to South America. It's a very ambitious project. And in a location, Los Diamantes, an hour and a half away from this hotel. This project has been implemented. We work with INTA, and after this presentation, we're going to have two speakers from INTA, and the Korean company Shinantech is also a part of this project. And Shinantech has worked before in Mongolia, the Philippines, It's an exporter, and it doesn't only export its products, but transfers knowledge. And as a business partner, it makes great contributions to the extension of smart agriculture in the member countries. And we also have a network of contacts that is very extensive with the academia and the private sector. We've executed the project for 22 months. I think in the next presentation, they're going to go through the details. I'm going to skip these slides. Why did we select Los Diamantes? This is the key. It's a very interesting story. In Cartago and in many other locations, agriculture has developed in Costa Rica, but we've selected this location because it presents unfavorable conditions. The risk has to be very high because we expect more profitability from this location. Once we're successful, where conditions are not ideal, then we can replicate this project to other regions with more certainty. That's why we've selected Los Diamantes and we've carried out the project successfully. And right now we have the confidence that we can implement such a project in any country in the region. We've built a greenhouse, and this is the nutrient feeder. And this is where nutrients are injected. We've developed training programs and have developed a ceremony to celebrate the beginning of the program. We've invited distinguished authorities and the press, the local press, but it's been a very difficult path. We've had wide experience, but we've also had to overcome lots of challenges. But along the way, we've accumulated lots of knowledge. And right now, we can say that this model has been confirmed. From the small entrepreneurships to large industries, they can all participate from smart agriculture. So we're going to see how Korea has done it. This image shows a large complex that is 1 kilometer in extension um, and 5 kilometers long. To the left, you're going to see some houses. We recruit entrepreneurs, and during the period of incubation, entrepreneurs stay at these homes, as you can see on the slide. So they're centers for them to stay, and in white, it's the greenhouses, in plastic and glass. The image was taken in 2022. All of the greenhouses are now green. We have facilities for incubation, and there's also space for R&D. Anyone can come with innovative ideas to test their technologies and their innovation. So anyone can submit to themselves to the training we offer, and then it can do crops in the same location. Once agriculture begins and the harvesting, this person will have accumulated the knowledge that will later be applied in other countries in the region or in another continent. We also train foreign interested persons, and it covers a surface of 42 hectares. And this valley of innovation meets different functions. And in the middle of the valley, we have the data center, and we've put different sensors to collect information. And then we apply big data to identify precisely when to harvest or water. The cost of the project is $110 million, and it took us 3 years to execute it. The crops are strawberry, tomato, cucumber, melon, and others. This is a very important slide. How can participants generate profits? In the past, the cycle is divided between the supplier and vendor, but all of these players are now integrated in the same cycle. Farmers dedicate to cropping, they can generate sales, and the food provider retailer can reduce the margin and increase profitability. What, which is similar to a farmer's market. The consumer, on its part, can consume and get the fresh products at a more affordable price. So all of the parties involved may win, and the benefit generated is reinvested to develop new technologies. So all of the participants in this ecosystem are happy. For the government, it's an initiative they welcome, and that's why the government is very much in favor of investing in these initiatives. And with a fresh offer, and the quality of life of people can also go up. As you may have seen, we've included the expectations. The most important one is the reactivation of the agricultural supply chain and rural economy, because young people are reluctant to living in the field. But with these initiatives, we can attract the young population to rural areas. Smart agriculture is not an option, but it's a task any country in the world should do. And precisely this is why we've executed the project in Costa Rica between Korea and Central America. We can promote collaboration in the sector of smart agriculture. So take advantage of this occasion to count on your interest and attention. Thank you so much. Thank you, and it's a very interesting presentation, and it's knowledge K-Cafta allows us to have access to. Now, to continue along these lines, let me introduce you to Jose Roberto Camacho, Executive Director of the National Innovative and Agricultural Technology Transfer Institute, INTA, in Costa Rica, who has a long track record as genetic improver, leading key initiatives in agricultural technology transfer. His experience includes roles as main researcher for the Central American Partnership for the Genetic Improvement of Crops and collaborations in hybrid rice in the U.S. Welcome, Mr. Camacho. It's very nice to have you here. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being in this presentation and for having had the chance to share. First of all, let me thank CABEI, the Ministry of Economy and Finance, for the organization of this activity, and also the Ministry of Agriculture of Costa Rica, of which we're a part of, and of course, INTA officers that are basically the ones taking forward the work we'll be describing today, which will be on behalf of me and Javier that will follow me. So first of all, we are a part of the Ministry of Agriculture. We're the National Institute of Innovation and Agricultural Technology Transfer. We have presence in the entire country, specifically three main experimental stations: Enrique Jimenez in Cañas, Guanacaste in dry tropic, then Los Diamantes in the wet tropic of the Caribbean, and we're developing a new center 2,000 meters above sea level dedicated to uh, agriculture of height that will be complemented to the potato activities we do in the region. INTA has the mission of generating and transferring technology to improve competitiveness and sustainability of agricultural production in the country. We live in an environment where international and national cooperation is very important. And at this moment in our history, what happens is cooperation with Korea is very, very important. We have the contribution of KTF through resources managed by CABEI that have allowed for the construction of smart greenhouses that we'll be talking about in the next few minutes. And we also have specific projects for the Central American Dry Corridor with COICA cooperation, and three projects that are in progress right now with COLFASI, which is the Korea Latin America Initiative. And we have projects in genetic improvement of crops as well as sustainable management of agricultural production. So there's a very nice environment of cooperation with projects, initiatives, and resources, scientific exchanges, and I also believe there's a seedling space to encourage public-private partnerships, as have been mentioned by some speakers ahead of me.
So what is the importance of precision agriculture in Costa Rica? We have challenges that are very similar to what I have heard and shared with officers from Korea. They are similar to those that they have had in the past. In this case, challenges that Korea had in the past and the way to approach them. What happens today that we have the need to increase our production efficiency. We have an increase in input cost, an increase in the cost of manpower, and also very often the manpower is not even available. Similar experiences that we have heard through the exchange with our colleagues from Korea. We also have the responsibility for the agricultural sector to continue being aligned with the country efforts in order to improve the sustainability of our production. Things that we can achieve through the application of precision agriculture technology. And of course, the constant fight of keeping up to date in terms of quality and productivity of agricultural products produced in our fields. Now, what are the areas in which we work? And it's important to stress that INTA is part of an ecosystem where there is innovation that comes from us and that we are part of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock and the central government. There are also innovation efforts that come from public and private academia. Costa Rica has the opportunity or the blessing of having international organizations such as Earth and CATI and AICA also, just to mention a few names. And of course, we also have as our mandate and strategic objectives R&D, the development of technologies and methodologies for crop production, plus a component of training and transfer with extensionists and producers, officers from other institutes such as INA, and with whom we work closely, just to give you examples of the ecosystem we are part of. And of course, as mandate, the innovation and sustainability of agricultural production. INTA was created in 2001, but there is agriculture farming research that existed before us had been working in these processes in the 1950s and 60s, and a great deal of the leadership and technologies that have developed the agricultural sector in the country came from our own hands or our predecessors. For instance, Los Diamantes Station, where the smart greenhouses are located, was founded in 1955, and this is part of our history. Specifically in terms of innovative projects run by our institute in precision agriculture, we are talking about irrigation, precision irrigation, fertile irrigation, nutrition, smart fumigation using drones, which obviously internally inside the farm makes us be more efficient, help us improve production, and also we have the challenge right there. Another important line of work is climate smart greenhouses, which is a challenge for technological adoption, but together with CABEI, our consortium colleagues, we have been working hard to make this project a reality, to make it a success in terms of implementation. And this is the future, so we have no other option but to continue looking forward into our future, building it. I would like to take advantage that it's important to identify within the framework of these and other initiatives of key projects to project basically our future work and everything that has to do with data management. A little while ago, we had the opportunity of sharing with a mission from the Republic of Korea, from NIA, and we talked about the need to use the data that we have available and systematize the information and analysis of this data using the technologies that are currently available, but maybe it were not available 10, 20, 30 years ago, to enhance the work not just for the improvement of production at the farm level, but also in the articulation of the different public and private components of the agricultural sector. This is a different vision. It's part of the innovation we are expected to produce, and the productive sectors in the country need to solve their own problems and look for opportunities and linkages. Impacts and benefits of precision agriculture. We have already discussed this, especially an increase of yield, a reduction of costs, and better competitiveness, among other important benefits for the primary production and processing and generation of value added. Now, what is that we believe that should be done in the future? More and more, we need to make more investment, have more projects, interconnect ourselves better to implement precision agriculture in our farms. In fact, we are all aware of the advances that have been made in the Republic of Korea for the implementation of these technologies, such as we saw with our previous speaker, but this is not necessarily the reality in our farms. We have a good level of production, in my opinion, but there is still opportunity to improve a lot. And the partnerships, such as the one that I mentioned with the cooperation funds and public-private partnerships, represent the challenge and also a call to action. Sometimes for public institutions such as the one I represent, it's not so easy to take a turn because we follow public budgets, that we depend on public budgets that require bureaucratic processes that are absolutely unnecessary. But as we can identify projects where we can build synergies with international stakeholders and public and private entities, this will allow us to be more versatile and be able to respond more quickly to the needs of the sector. This is an important point to an important conclusion. And I would like to thank you very much for your attention and to my presentation. The National Institute of Innovation and Transfer of Agricultural Technology, we are at your service. We would like to thank Jose Camacho, the Executive Director, for sharing this vision of his presentation. And now we stay at INTA because our next guest is Mr. Javier Madriz, who is a researcher of the National Institute of Technology, Agricultural Transfer of INTA Costa Rica, and he has worked actively in research and innovation projects in horticulture. And before joining INTA, in important positions. He had important positions such as Chiquita Brands and Tremedal SA. Of course, it's a pleasure to have Mr. Madrid be part of our forum. Welcome. Good morning. Thank you very much to CABEI for the invitation. It is a pleasure for us at INTA to be here today. I am going to talk today about the experiences we have had in this climate smart uh, greenhouses. As you know, traditional agriculture, and more specifically in Costa Rica, has been facing challenges, very important challenges, such as climate change, the lack of natural resources, the need to increase food production because of a growing population, and this has been creating needs that requires a more competitive agriculture. In addition to this, it is important to mention that it has, in addition to being competitive, it needs to be sustainable and environmentally friendly. And another policy we have had has been to diversify the agricultural sector, not just continue producing in areas where traditionally production is made, but bring new crops in other areas. And when the areas are not apt, is using technology of climate smart greenhouses, especially in horticultural products. This is why we came up with a project whose objective is to validate the Korean technology, specifically that is climate smart, for an efficient use of resources such as water, energy, labor, manpower, and inputs, and which allows increasing production. The project is called taking advantage of utilizing technologies to support the government of Costa Rica in the development of two pilot projects of climately smart greenhouses, specifically in the environmental station Los Diamantes, which has basically the project has basically three components: automated climate control, in which I have data to optimize or obtain and adapt variables such as temperature, humidity, CO2 levels, and others. In addition to that, another important component, which is irrigation and nutrition, and do it in an automated way. Also, using sensors, we can come up with we apply water and nutrients very specifically and in certain points in time, exactly when the plant needs them. And in addition to that, another component that is very important are data, which with traditional agriculture we were not able to get because very often they were not understood or no, it was not understood how the plant or when the plant had needs, but by using very specific technology that is automated, we can understand in real time how plants or the needs that the plant has. What are the impacts of this project? Improvements in productivity. There has been an increase in the production of these crops in areas that are not optimum for the production of produce, but thanks to this level of technology, we are producing peppers and tomatoes in Guapiles, which is not a area ideal to produce these products, which are traditionally produced in the Central Valley of Costa Rica, but given an increase of urbanization and pests and diseases, they have been displacing agriculture. And since these products are produced, when these products are produced in the Central Valley and have to travel for 2 hours to reach the end consumers, they have already lost a great percentage of their shelf life. So these projects, by offering food security to these regions by consuming products that are relatively fresh. This is an example of how, one of the multiple examples of how temperature, which is a very important variable for these crops, behaves. These are real data that we have obtained with this project. The blue chart shows a traditional greenhouse located in this area. As you can see, it's the average of 24 hours for calculated for many days, and we can see how it varies during the daytime. We have had temperatures above 40 degrees Celsius inside the greenhouse, and in green that you can see the temperature inside these smart automated greenhouses, which is very stable. It does have a small variation due to the fact that the greenhouse is not tight. It is influenced by external conditions. It's not airtight, but it is much more stable. And the chart at the bottom is the average behavior of the external temperature outside the greenhouse. And this is relatively higher than the automated climate controlled greenhouse. And it varies more, it's much more variable. The temperature inside the greenhouses that are climate smart remains more stable. Therefore, it is very valuable and important for the health and production of these crops. what impacts and how we had and the future of these projects. This project is an example of the resiliency that we can obtain to climate change. They help face adverse or extreme climate conditions on the outside to reduce the impacts, to make sure that the changes are not so abrupt, because abrupt changes are very damaging for plants and production. In thinking about the future, this requires a validation process, which is the process we are engaged in at this time, and it has to be scaled and it has to have a repeatability. We need to repeat this type of projects in other areas with different climates to be able to determine their potential behavior. So we can see an expansion. At INTA, we see a hybrid between the Korean technology and the technology available in Costa Rica in order to create a project or a future greenhouse that is climate smart, Tico Korean, so to say. I would like to thank you. In conclusion, climate smart greenhouses are key for the future of sustainable agriculture. They can improve productivity and help reduce the environmental impact. Thank you very much I would like to thank the institution I belong and CABEI and KTF, the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Korea, the KAIST, and the Chinhan Teng Company, because thanks to them, we have this project. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Madrid, researcher of INTA. We are in this block on agriculture, and now we are going to continue with our next session, which is a lecture by Kopetarrasu, an well-known cooperative. It has been pioneering the implementation of smart farming in Costa Rica, an initiative that has transformed its agricultural production model, allowing to optimize resources, improve productivity, and promote a more sustainable and efficient agriculture. Today, Coop Tarrazú shares its experience in the adoption of smart technology in the field, revealing how innovation can promote rural development and increase competitiveness in the global market. For this purpose, we are pleased to introduce Mr. Jimmy Porras Barrantes, Sustainability and Innovation Manager of Coop Tarrazú, who has more than 10 years of experience leading high-impact strategic projects in key sectors such as agro-industry and the public sector of Costa Rica. Very interested to learn about this experience. Welcome, Mr. Barrantes, and thank you for being part of this forum.
Hola, muy buenos días, tengan todos y todas para Copetar.
Good morning. Have a good day. For Tarrazú, it's more than 4,500 small coffee producers. It's a pleasure to be able to share with you our experience of what we have been doing in our cooperative in the last few years, and also to talk about the challenges that we have tomorrow. We work in a rural area with traditional crop from Costa Rica, which is also facing many challenges, and we believe that innovation together with sustainability is the path to follow. Copetarrosu has existed for 64 years. We just celebrated last October 13th our 54th anniversary. It's a cooperative that at the beginning was fully devoted to coffee. But after 64 years, we have been diversifying and transforming its business model to providing complementary services that have to respond to the needs of our producers. In this history of more than 64 years, we have become the largest coffee cooperative and the largest coffee mill of Costa Rica, where we process close to 16% of all of the coffee produced in the country. We believe that innovation and technology have to be at the service of sustainable agriculture. That's why for 11 years, Cooperativa has been investing in innovation, development, and research to implement some strategies and incorporating innovation and sustainability in our strategic plans to respond to the needs that our producers have, but also the needs that the market as such has, the clients who buy our coffee. Something important to talk about the challenges that we have is how to match the market needs that have customers in the US or South Korea, which is one of our main coffee buyers, and the needs that these markets have, and the needs that, on the other hand, our coffee producers have. And sometimes these needs are far away or are not equal or are not the same. So part of the challenge is how, as a cooperative and as raw material supplier, how we can meet these customers' needs, but also the needs of our coffee producers. For us, our strategic plan, we have established that we want to be leaders in innovation in coffee activities and that we also want to be international reference in what we do and bet on excellence and management of our products and services. For this purpose, have focused on biotechnological applications and the utilization of coffee derivatives and sustainability that have to be parallel in part of everything we do. And these lines of work and how to reach sustainability and research, we believe that research, innovation, and technology are crucial to reach our objectives. Adaptation and resiliency of crops is very important, as well as the reduction of the greenhouse effect gases reduction, and from the point of view of social point of view, child care and decent work as strategic lines to reach this stability. In the previous presentation, they were talking about the Sustainable Development Goals. In the cooperative, we follow the 17 SDGs. We know about more than 179 goals included there, but there are 4 objectives on which we believe that we can generate the greatest impact. Object SDG 2 of zero hunger, number 8 of decent jobs, 12 of responsible consumption and production, and 13 climate action. And this is very important because coffee plantation is one of the most vulnerable crops to the effects of climate change. And at this time, we are living this situation. There is a great rainfall. Last year, something similar happened. And last year, for instance, we had an impact in the coffee harvest above 15%. In other words, 15% of the harvest that we expected to get was lost because there was no manpower to pick coffee that was ripe on the plant, and we lost that coffee. It was left on the floor, 15% of the harvest. We have seen changes in the coffee flowering patterns. In the past, it was when is the coffee flowering time? At the end of March and April. Now we find flowering in January, in February, in March, and all of this alters also the harvesting patterns, and these are challenges that we have to continue facing. Something that we have done, application of technology to be able to respond to the challenges that the market uh, proposes in order to achieve the goals related to the SDGs. and also to have and generate information that allows us to make decisions. At the cooperative level, we have technical assistance and projects department. A part of this department, we have a unit that is in charge of certifications or verification processes that some clients undergo. And we have been implementing tools such as information technologies or geographic information systems where we geolocate the coffee farms. We develop online questionnaires and surveys for our technicians in the field can fill these forms together with the producer, which is more than 300 questions with different indicators, especially focusing on certificates such as the coffee practices, which is a Starbucks certificate, which is one of our main customers. There are also indicators related to fair trade, certificates and others, and we collect information about the bodies of water, forest, erosions, the agricultural practices being used, types of shade that are used in the farms, productivity, and as such, this allows us to have a great database with a lot of information that allows us internally in our cooperative make decisions that help us guide coffee producers' work. We have been doing work aligned to the European Green Pact, which poses important challenges. One of them is, for instance, deforestation-free coffee. And we have been relocating our farms, doing analysis through satellite images about the changes of land use that take place, and also generate polygons that later allow us to identify the productive areas as such as the forest areas, the protected areas, for instance, and the areas where we have a possibility for coffee to expand or to a pasture land that could be used and transform it somehow to a coffee plantation. All of this information has been gathered through the implementation of a geographic information system called ARCHIS, and using also satellite images, we are comparing the changes in land use. That allows us to make decisions to know where the cooperative in the future also could extend its area of influence. We have done this analysis based on our members and the potential of growth that could exist in other areas to attract new members. This doesn't necessarily mean that we are going to promote more coffee farming, but maybe producers who are not part of our area of influence, how we can expand, bring them in to offer our services. Another initiative we have been implementing is the use of climate sensors in different areas of the area of influence of our cooperative. These sensors allow us to analyze the climate patterns, generate projections that later through means such as WhatsApp sent to our members, divided according to the areas of influence of each sector, and in this way we also generate early alert systems, which has allowed us, for instance, something as easy as fertilization. When we are going to fertilize the fields, we have to make sure that it's already raining to be able to apply the fertilizers. But we have to make sure that there no heavy rains happen. Why? Because then what they will do is to carry the fertilizers and we will lose it. So with these early alert systems and the projections that are generated based on the information captured by the sensors, we can make recommendations to the producer as to when to apply fertilizers, which allows optimizing the application of the fertilizers while at the same time monitor the behavior of some diseases. Many of the diseases, coffee diseases, are related to changes in humidity and temperature, especially disease such as trichinosis, which is caused by a fungi. The Colletotripan fungi is one that represents more problems to us. So having this information among our technicians allows our technicians to make more specific recommendations to our members. Now, of course, there are also many challenges that we need to resolve. The number of sensors that we have, for instance, is not enough to have a full representatives of the whole area. We need to implement more sensors. We need to generate systems or use some technological tools that allow us to quickly interpret all of the data to generate the recommendations at the time that is needed to be more on time. Something else that we have also been developing is the use of drones to be able to compare, for instance, the nutrition indexes. We have been working with experimental parcels in which we have seen how through the use of drones we can identify some deficiencies of some nutrients. Why do we need to do this? Because the cooperative, as was mentioned a while ago, needs to first validate to be able to transfer technology later. We work with small producers that have less than 4 hectares. A small producer is not thinking about how they are going to use a drone. They are not thinking on how to use a sensor. So the cooperative as such needs to be the tool that will validate this technology first, identify the value that will add to the producer, to be able to transfer it. These are part of the initiatives that we have been working on. And here there are many challenges that we have as how to apply these technologies in areas such as ours in which the topography is so staggered. We have high mountains with huge slopes. So these are very important slopes, and these are the challenges that we need to implement. So I would like to leave the door open to INTAS so that they can find in Copetarrazu a strategic partner that can be part of this transformation and transfer of technology. Something else that I wanted to talk about this in this presentation that maybe is not so related to precision agriculture as such, but allows us to bring changes and transformation to coffee plantation from what we export as raw materials, which is the green beans. This represents only 16% of the coffee fruit or cherries. What do we do with the rest? We keep about 80% of raw materials or derivatives that represent 30,000 tons of pulp per harvest, 17 million liters of juice, and 9,000 of mucílago, and 2,700 tons of hulls. So if we don't use this, it could become an environmental problem. So in the last few years, we have been transforming these products through the application of technologies to technify more composting processes even more. What you can see here is one of our composting patios. It has the size of a soccer field and the farm that you can see in this picture. We use between 6 and 10 hectares for composting for you to identify the number of waste that we have to manage. And this is how we also apply technology. And there is a lot of information that can be collected that can be the subject of improvement through the use of technological tools that would allow us to monitor and bring information, more accurate information of the whole process that is generating there. This is an image of one of the machines that we use for composting. and how this compost can also become raw material for new products. This is a product called EcoFertil, which is a new product, which is an organo amendment, which has an organic matter, which is our compost, and we add minerals according to the soil analysis, which are deficient, nutrients that are deficient in the area that respond to the technical opinion of our engineers. We are contributing organic matter, we are fixing carbon on soil, and we are providing nutrients to the crops. Biotechnological component, biotechnology has to be a tool to improve crops and provide solutions to our coffee producers. In this case, we work with a bio-inputs line, which are bacteria, fungi, and yeast products that have been very well studied and identified. And we clearly know what is the microorganism that is included in each of them, and the role that they play, and the role that they have. We need to enrich the microbiological function of soil, giving life back to the soil. That's our purpose. And the coffee plant as such to have a rooting system that is more robust, that can take advantage of more nutrients, so that in this way the plant can be better prepared for stress conditions, either excess of water or rain or drought. And this is not all with bio inputs. For instance, these are products for coffee, but that right now are working on other crops such as rice, banana, and other crops in the country. Part of what we see of the improvement of the roots, and what you see in the image is basically a comparison when inputs are applied, when there is conventional management, and what we notice is more root development, more thickness of the stem of the plant, and better growth. And of course, this allows to optimize the application of fertilizers. And one of the challenges, to continue talking about the challenges, is how can we make our coffee producers apply the right amount of fertilizer, the one that is truly required by the plant. What is the measure that a producer uses to apply fertilizers in their coffee plantations? Their fist. How much do you apply per plant? A fist. So how much is that fist? My fist can be, I don't know, 100 grams, but the gentleman's could be 120 grams, or the lady's 90 grams, for instance. So exactly what is the amount of fertilizer required by the plant? These are the challenges that we face, and changing that culture also requires a transformation as such. Now, a hypothesis that we have been validating through a research process is that with only doing precision agriculture, we will be able to reduce in more than 20% the amount of fertilizers that are currently applied in the coffee plantations.
Ya
And this is aligned to a request the European Green Pact has, which is reducing the use of nitrogen fertilizers. And this is something we can achieve with the precise application of a fertilizer, the amount required when required. The European Pact requests a reduction of 50% of the pesticides used in plantation. Precision agriculture, as such, has to help us solve these challenges and questions, and also has to provide all of the information to provide traceability to these actions, because this has to be verifiable. And these are some of the benefits, some of the things that we're developing, a biological nematicides, we're doing bioprospection, uh, We're looking for alternatives for insecticides. We develop cultural plants for glyphosate and others. And also, and the other thing is coffee fruit have a lot to offer. If they offer antioxidant compounds that in the market are very popular, why not to develop new products that allow to diversify the product offer the cooperative has and therefore generate new income that can benefit the associates? How to attract new industries around the coffee plant? I have a coffee plant in the center. I can process this as raw material, as roasted coffee, but right next to the site, it would be interesting to have a cosmetic industry, a pharmaceutical industry with biomaterials, a bio refinery that provides nutrients and the like. So part of this vision is what we want to implement. As a result of the work being done by the cooperative, we have 4 bio inputs, nutraceutic products through integral coffee, infusions, flour for human consumption. We also have different prototypes of um, the liquor of coffee pulp, cosmetic products, and investigation in terms of biomaterials. We're about to launch this product that's called Cafit. It's in the process of being registered before the Ministry of Health. It's an energy drink based on roasted coffee, and what it contributes is natural energy and antioxidants. We have 10 products in the market, 12 prototypes, and over 40 proprietary investigations, scientific publications. We cannot do all of this alone. We have the collaboration of state-owned universities, the collaboration of private companies as well, and also collaboration with universities abroad. We have other projects for the generation of energy, and let me mention a biogas project that we have together with the University of Costa Rica that has been supported with funds from South Korea. The Within the program Helix UCR that involves the University of Korea, we work on new technologies for the use of renewables and carbon footprint and life cycle of products. We're the first cooperative, the first coffee company of Costa Rica that has a product declaration that is duly verified. And at this moment, we're in the process of processing environmental seal number 3 or type 3, which makes us the first coffee company that has this sort of declaration. And basically, it's also a way of being transparent and communicating the impact as such that within the chain our coffee production generates. And with that, we already have a tool to make decisions and focus on where and what cycle of the chain we can reduce our environmental impact as such. I was talking about collaboration with the various universities, and this is the end of my presentation. My apologies because I noticed there were some formatting issues. I hope this has been a very interesting talk for you. Let me reiterate my thankfulness, and in Copetarasu, we have our doors open and we are willing to collaborate and share the things we're doing. Thank you and have a great rest of the day. Thank you, Jimmy Porres, Manager of Sustainability Corporate Tarazu, for sharing the very interesting experience they have had with smart farming. Many challenges, but great results. With this presentation, we wrap up the plenary sessions this morning. We're going to invite those of you that would like to participate on the networking space at the terrace. We have tables ready for you so that you can continue making conversations. And we also have a staff of interpreters that may be supporting you whenever you so needed. And lunch will be served at the Arboleda room that is right after the swimming pool, starting at 12 noon. Now, at 2 p.m., we need to be back here in the room because we're going to have the joint venture showcase Korea Central America, which is a space designated to take into practice the principles of cooperation we've been sharing here that seeks to strengthen the ties and joint initiatives among our nations in order to promote this integral development, opening new opportunities, elevating the quality of life of our citizens, and projecting a future based on innovation, respect, and peace. And that will have the presentation of some of the Korean startups, as well as from Central America, that will shed very interesting results. Finally, let me remind you that we're going to have a closing ceremony of this event that will have the participation of the President of El Salvador, Najib Bukele, in this room at 6:30. So this networking lunch at Arboles and at 2, we look forward to having you here. Enjoy this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue with our K-Cafta Forum, which is getting to the final day. There have been two very intense days, and we hope you have taken advantage to make your business contact. This is just the beginning of the business relationships that we hope can continue happening between both regions. To continue with our agenda, strengthening the business ecosystem is a key strategic advantage for the economic development and competitiveness of a country. And a region such as Central America offers opportunities for startups to be able to develop their business and engage in productive activities to strengthen the family, local, and national economy. Next, we have a conversation we have called Supporting Central American Startups. Al Yo Emprendedor and Digital Challenge of Honduras will share their sector. I would like to introduce Ms. Claudia Vanessa Paguagua Castro, who is a multifaceted professional with solid experience in the area of innovation, entrepreneurship, and education. She has a master's degree in business director focused on finances and a degree in marketing and international business, who has shown deep knowledge in the business development in Honduras. Throughout her career, she has had different key positions, including program manager in the Startup Foundation, where she leads the Honduras Digital Challenge, one of the most outstanding programs in the region for the promotion of entrepreneurship and technological innovation. Claudia is a consultant of AI workshops, which shows her interest and expertise in new technology. She is also an active mentor in the Startup Weekend and other activities related to innovation, such as Nice Space Challenge, where she has been a local lead twice. With a clear vision of the future and strong commitment to sustainable development, Claudia Vanessa Paguava Castro continues being a key figure in the business and educational landscape of Honduras, inspiring new generations through leadership, experience, and thank you for being with us. We also have Mr. Jose Antonio Sauma, General Director of Mesoamerica, one of the most important private capital advising silence in mergers and acquisitions, and a strategic consultant in Latin America, where he has focused on the structuring and management of private capital investments in high impact sectors such as telecommunications, renewable energies, infrastructure services, consumption goods, and agro-industry throughout Latin America. He has been part of the Administration Council, a member of Procomer Board of Directors, and President of Yo Emprendedor, an organization devoted to the educational programs through private-public partnership. He's a member of the leadership of the Aspen Institute and the Initiative of Leadership and he has an MBA from France and Singapore in SID. Thank you very much for being with us. And we would like to take advantage of our guests to ask you these questions to both of you. What has been your organization's history? And based on your very valuable experience as accelerators, what do you recommend to the startups who are with us in this activity to achieve something that is so important in the life of any company, sustainability over time? Let's start with Claudia. Jose Antonio, sorry, welcome. Thank you very much. I am very pleased to be here sharing with you our experience and tell you the history of Yo Emprendedor in this adventure of promoting entrepreneurship. Yo Emprendedor, as I said, is a nonprofit organization. We started 15 years ago with the question of why in Central America and in Costa Rica in particular we didn't find a more robust entrepreneurship ecosystem. What was missing? Being an investment banking, we said what is missing is capital. And really, we devoted together with IDB to launch a network of angel investors. We train the investors and prepare the field for entrepreneurs, and many of the projects that were presented were not yet ready to get capital to be financed. So we went back to the drawing table and we said, well, what is missing? And we designed a regional business competition in which, or contest, in which we're able not just to promote different topics and main problems of society that require innovative creative solutions, to provide a forum to business people so that they could be here to promote their solutions, but also started design training courses and preparation for other preparation while they competed with other colleagues, while they connected with the ecosystem, and they promoted the exchange of powerful ideas that happens in these kinds of activities. Along the way, we have had about 500 startups that have been participating in the last 15 editions of the Yo Emprendedor regional contest, and we have included categories to put our focus on different problems in the region, such as climate change, innovation in health and tourism, entrepreneurship, women, young entrepreneurship, and rural entrepreneurship. And these categories allow them, based young people, adults, people from all ages, to participate in this kind of events with their ideas and projects, and leave the contest, even if they didn't win, with better and strengthened proposals. In this sense, we have supported around 8,000 entrepreneurs, more than 60% of the initiatives led by women from throughout the region. About 30% of the participants in the contest are Central American. This is not just a Costa Rican activity, and the competition has really become one of the reference to be the starting point for the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Costa Rica. About 4 or 5 years ago, we said we want to take a step backward. We have not just to promote the competition and give tools and provide skills to entrepreneurships that identify themselves as entrepreneurs, but we want to promote a culture of entrepreneurship, a mindset, a change of paradigm. And for this purpose, we said the starting point has to be education.
Trabajamos en una alianza público-privada con el gobierno de Costa Rica.
We started a public-private partnership with the government of Costa Rica and the Ministry of Public Education to start an entrepreneurship workshop in rural high schools that have people with a great deal of energy that are very willing to move forward with limited resources with a natural entrepreneurship spirit. And all that they need is a tool, a structure to be able to enhance the capabilities that have been developing. This project is called Seeds of Change, and together with other partners in the region, we have been promoting not just training teachers, but also providing the curriculum guides in the high schools and the activation of the entrepreneurship ecosystem among students. Our next projects for the future come hand in hand with a digital platform for training students and instructors or teachers to be able to have the platform grow and to get to more people throughout the region and share the tools with them so that they can identify themselves with this entrepreneurship mindset, to see in their local communities, identify problems, turn these ideas to resolve those problems into businesses, connect through these ecosystems with other entrepreneurs and other incubators and accelerators and other players to enhance their ideas to turn them into successful businesses. So this is the approach that we have been implemented in our organization. And as I said, we have been doing this for about 15 years with business people from entrepreneurs from all of throughout Central America. Tell us a little bit about the Honduras Digital Challenge. Good afternoon. Thank you I would like to thank CABEI because thanks to them, I have had the opportunity to be here and present all of the activities that we organize through our foundation. Our foundation is called Startup Foundation, and the digital challenge. In Honduras, they don't know us as a startup foundation, but through our program, Honduras Digital Challenge. So the program started in 2017, and it was not a program, it was a contest. We have the same history. Let me tell you that things don't happen by chance. When I am here meeting with Young Emprendedor, they are also our partners. So in 2017, we started this competition that, as it was called, Honduras Digital Challenge, and this became into a program. But I do not want to continue speaking, but I would like to show you through images what our foundation does. So if you could please play the video.
El audio, por favor.
Ha sido una plataforma.
It has been the dreams of platform innovation and growth. We started in Reus, a small space with a huge vision to promote entrepreneurship in Honduras. Today we have grown. Now we have 2 co-working spaces in USAP in San Pedro Sula and Artemisa district in Tegucigalpa, where every day new ideas and collaborations arise. In Honduras Digital Challenge, we offer entrepreneurs training from experts, opportunities for networking, and access to seed capital. These are the tools that take them to new levels. Today, we are much more than a program. We are a digital platform that guides startups in each phase of their development. Now we support entrepreneurs in every phase of their growth, from pre-incubation, where ideas are created, incubation, where they take shape, until acceleration, where their projects reach their maximum potential.
Con nuevos
With new programs such as digital transformation and fintech and digital partners, we promote transformation and collaboration in the ecosystem. In addition, we opened our doors to collaborate with schools and universities throughout Honduras, building together the ecosystem of the future. Also, for the 2nd year in a row, as local leaders of NetSpace App Challenge of NASA in Tegucigalpa, we have connected entrepreneurs and those passionate for space exploration with global challenges. This international competition inspires innovative solutions for problems of our planet and space by promoting impacts with a global impact. Honduras Digital Challenge, promoting the digital future of Honduras. This is just a little bit of what we do in our foundation. Our vision is that we want Hondurans to be part of this great global value chain. And how can we achieve? Training our technological entrepreneurs. That has been our base, and this is why I was saying that from a competition we have transformed ourselves into a program. Our evolution has had its highest point this 2024 because we have stopped depending from external programs in terms of training, and we have created our own technological platform thanks to one of our startups that we became their clients, and they developed the platform in a digital platform in which with a group of professionals create the content. This content has been received through other experts under the topic of exponential organizations and the CABEI methodology, which is entrepreneurship based on built learning, and everything new in understanding is being applied in our program, which not just is here with the technological arena, but also now we are trying to encourage traditional SMEs. So this is why we have created in 2024 the Digital Transformation Program, in which we are working with these traditional SME so that they can take the technological leap, and also we share our startups that have been created with the Honduras Digital Challenge, which are the providers of solutions of these SMEs. So we make this good. I would like to present the success stories. Here are the QRs so you can learn more about these startups. One of them is Reservando, which is an app which gathers information about small hotels and stores, boutiques that probably you will not find in a booking.com. Through Reservando app, you will find information and be able to book your lodging in these small companies or hotels. We also have Pixdea. This guy from Pixdea is a 30-year-old guy called Javier who lives here in Costa Rica. One of his main challenge made him come to Costa Rica. He provides solutions through augmented reality. One of its main clients is GM Motors, so it's also part of our catalog of startups of Honduras Digital Talent. I love the app. What is great about this platform is that it helps connect those small companies that would like to take the technological leap through their platform by providing apps, website, or a landing page, whatever they need, so that they themselves in the future, through no code, can continue operating their own platforms. These are some of the success stories of the Honduras Digital Challenge, and if you want to learn more about us, this is our QR, so you can learn about what we do. In addition, the last program you saw, which is the Space App Challenge of NASA. In this 2024, for the second year in a row, we were the local leaders. It's an open program open to all ages in which NASA opens its spaces, provides data, and provides between 20 and 30 challenges per year that where all kinds of people from artists, scientists, and different groups get together to try to resolve the solutions to the challenges provided by NASA, and we open up our spaces to welcome all of them. This is part of what we do in a startup foundation. It's unbelievable all the world of the startups do, and I would like to ask Jose Antonio Salme, President of Yo Emprendedor. In your case, the success stories that you have, what would be the common denominator of those successful companies that you have seen that get the best results? One of the most important and common characteristics that we have noticed in the most successful startups are these are entrepreneurs that fall in love with the problem rather than the solution. A reality is that the first idea that you get, regardless of how good it seems, usually it's not the best. With that first seed, you start building the best solution or the best company to resolve that specific particular problem. So having the capacity to identify a large problem, create an innovative solution, but continue being in love with the problem and seeing how to pivot and modify in an ever-changing world to adapt their business and model and solution to that problem and that competitive surrounding, that is context that is going to be much more dynamic all the time. In your case, Claudia, what do you perceive? Because I don't know if everybody knows, but entrepreneurs are very happy. They are always smiling. They have a great deal of hope and hope that the project will move forward. So what have you noted that has been that common factor among successful startups? Something that I've seen year after year through our foundation, our startups, it's networking. And we alternately call it the collaborative economy. Our space in Honduras Digital Challenge is for that, to have them get to know each other so that they can connect on their own with themselves and all of the activities to benefit our startups. Something else that I have noticed that makes a difference between a traditional business and a startup is also that they are administrative systems are not complex. Because they are small teams and know each other and they have a clear idea of what they want to do. And they know the talent that each member of their team has and they take the most advantage. And they also are free of those archaic administrative structures. And so this is what I call the true success of a startup. Being here, know what each one is in charge of, and of course, the agile methodology that they apply helps them tremendously to be able to bring their startup and continue and achieve their growth. At the beginning, you both talked about training and education, its importance, which is something fundamental among accelerators. What other aspects do you think that startups should keep in mind to be sustainable? Even although failure is one of the aspects that we need to take into account in this path to entrepreneurship and growth, what other aspects do you believe could be valuable to achieve this sustainability? In addition to formal tools such as training, marketing, finance, and all of these kinds of important tools, the mindset is key. That capacity of working as a team, the collaborative mindset, their resiliency, their capacity that whenever they face a problem or another one to continue having full energy and trying to find a solution. These are skills that are going to help them throughout their life, regardless of how successful their project or company is. These are skills that also work for people who select to go into the corporate world to be an entrepreneur within a large company and also for social services, government service. That mindset, entrepreneurship mindset applies, I believe, to develop lifelong skills. And I would like to ask something. Do these entrepreneurs bring their skills or do they develop them along the way? Those soft skills that sometimes we need to develop at an early age. Have you noticed that we have to teach them to the entrepreneurs? Yes, in the case of the curriculum for rural high schools, we include it as part of the program formally because although many of the successful entrepreneurs enjoying the competitions already have them, this is something that can be learned by giving the opportunity of working in teams since school, seeing elementary school, working on projects and assignments and understanding a discipline or a subject matter, not just biology on its own, but how biology combines with math and home economics and nature and sustainability. All of these threads allow them to have a more global vision, and this is something that can be taught and can be incorporated into the formal curriculum of educational institution. That's why we started planting the seeds earlier so that when they come up with their ideas and projects or they start the professional life, they already have developed this as part of their DNA. In your case, Claudia, those ideas, these other aspects that are going to make these startups sustainable, talking about the development of soft skills and training and not being fear of failure. Within the acceleration process, we also prepare them to pitch their startups with the investors. Just like a Joe Emprendedor, we nourish the startup ADN. And our pre-incubation phase is the first thing that we work with during the first week. That entrepreneurship mindset is the first thing we work on. Then when they are in the acceleration phase, what becomes more important is to take care of the information, know how they should introduce and learn the external platforms that exist with a diversity of opportunity depending on the area or sector of the startup so they don't just work at a local level. We try to democratize our program as much as possible. Of course, resources are limited, but this is an open program. Our only requirement is that they have to be 18 years old and have an idea. That's the only requirement. In addition to what I was saying before, we follow the same path. If you saw the images, our spaces are open to schools, high schools, and universities where just like them, we want to start planting these seeds, startup seeds, and we also make an emphasis on women. So if you see the presence of women in these kinds of events, sometimes it's limited. So we want this gap not to be so wide, and also encourage female entrepreneurship. We empower them. And I can tell you that one of the startups that I showed is led by women, and there are many other startups that are led by women. So this is also part of our foundation's approach. I just wanted to add, you asked a while ago also about sustainability. One of the important components of the curriculum and curricular guides is precisely the understanding and deepening on all the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and you start assessing those SDGs and what they imply for each community, you will find a large number of problems that need a solution and ideas for new projects. So you have the opportunity of designing your project starting from the basis of these great needs and these north, which as a global economy we are betting on. So we include sustainability as part of the heart of the strategy of the startups. And could we say that startups today are more and more aware of this topic? This is something that has become more relevant in the latest years when people come with the brand and say, and it's also because I would like to involve sustainability in my business. In your case in Honduras, does this happen? Yes, that's right. Within the different lines of our startups, we have seen growth in agrotech, especially with this approach of sustainability, being able to collaborate with traditional agriculture, traditional farmers, and make the resources more efficient and their crops, which is part of the solutions that our startups are providing. We are in a space which is a CABEI-Korean Forum. It's a space to generate networking and generate knowledge on both sides. So Claudia was talking about the importance of this network. I would like you to talk a little bit more within the experience as accelerators you have had in these types of spaces. Undoubtedly, I feel that these spaces generate the types of connections, in personal relationships that are going to be very valuable for all entrepreneurs to get mentorship and support, have access to resources or markets in which maybe they are not even thinking about. So this generation of ideas is really powerful and rich. In the case of CABEI, it has been, just like you, a very important partner for us, and a partner that has already mapped the whole ecosystem, entrepreneurship ecosystem, and focus on those areas where there are weaknesses that need to be strengthened. So once the competitions are concluded, entrepreneurs have other services, other supports, other levels of depth in those skills. And I think that the business support and incubators and accelerators and all of the stakeholders in the ecosystem are key to be able to develop successfully. In our case, we operate only with a budget of $200,000 a year. And throughout the time that the program has been in operation, we have given out more than $500,000 in seed capital. So you might say, where's the rest? Where through networking, we have different partnerships with such as AWS, Amazon Web Services, where we provide to each of our startups $5,000 as a loan to use this platform. There's another platform called ULedger, which is a blockchain platform that also provides $3,000 to each startup so that they can use the platform if they need to use blockchain. We also have local partners such as the HN Dot, which is the a company that manages the domain .hn. So they provide 1 year free of charge to use this domain. Our partnership with Yo Emprendedor is great because they execute a program called Futura. So these are certifications and trainings of Meta. Some that are very technological, but also are missing the marketing component. So through this partnership with Yo Emprendedor and the training of the Futura program, we complement that aspect. So it's a whole networking network, and it startups themselves, because when we have an activity called networking nights, so where we gather the mentors and the startups, and they start learning about each other and start interacting. And within, we have attorneys, psychologists who are creating startups, and teachers who are doing so as well. So what they need are developers. So the Starbucks that have developers in their team join to offer their services, or they build partnerships. But we need legal advice. So the attorneys give them the legal advice, and the developers provide all of the technical services so that they can create their apps or platforms. So there is support the Central American startups, and there are different initiatives such as the accelerator that are with us. We have a couple of minutes before closing. I would like to ask each of you to please give us a golden recommendation or advice that you believe is the most valuable piece of advice you can give someone who is in the growth and development process. Jose Antonio? Thank you very much. First, in my opinion, what I always keep in mind is great admiration for our entrepreneurs, because these are really life decisions. These are huge efforts to move mountains, to change full industries, whole industry. So my advice are two. First, have very clear your value proposition. What is the difference that you want to bring to your business, your industry, and how you are going to benefit your consumers? And the other one is more internal. Have the support mechanisms, the networks of friends and relatives and health, both physical and mental, to be able to have in this level of energy that you will need to make your idea and project work. Because these companies are the social and economic growth engine. Claudia, what is your recommendation, the golden piece of advice? It's two. One, trust yourself. Trust yourself. That's the first one. And second, know your data, know your information. You don't know if around the corner you will find the investors that you need. And it's important to have that key information about your startup to be able to make the elevator pitch. So trust in yourself and know your data. And for those of you who are here, just to tell you, to ask you to support these initiatives such as Yo Emprendedor and Startup Foundation. With very few resources, we do great things. Imagine we had more resources, we would be able to expand our programs even more to achieve the democratization that we want for Honduras. I have 1 minute, 12 seconds. I would like to ask Jose Antonio and Claudia, personally speaking, what is the most pleasing thing about doing your job? I am really very proud, and makes me energetic to listen to the entrepreneur spirit, those disruptive ideas, the creativity with which all entrepreneurs use and face each day. In my case, is seeing one. It's like I were seeing one of my children graduate. No, when they ask for an appointment to tell me, Claudia, I want to launch my startup in the co-working. This is what makes me the proudest. It might be wonderful to start someone small who is very shy and ends up becoming a huge company. Let's say goodbye to our guests, Jose Antonio Sama from Yo Emprendedor and Claudia Pawagua from Digital Challenge, Honduras Digital Challenge. I invite you to come back to the auditorium, because this is not the end.
Gracias a nuestros
Thank you to our guests. It has really been a pleasure to share this conversation with you. I know that definitely there are initiatives to support Central American startups such as the ones that they lead. Now we are going to move to the showcase, the venture showcase by promoting partnerships between Korea and Central America. I would like to introduce Mr. Sok-Jin Chan, General Director of the Global Network of Digital Innovation, previous Born Global Center, an independent foundation registered in the Ministry of Science and Technology of Information of the Republic of Korea, with the purpose of building an global digital industrial ecosystem to supply and accelerate innovative digital technologies, technological business, and promote the global digital collaboration and the expansion of the market. He worked as Director of Global Promise in Board to Global Center, the global acceleration agent of technological startups of the Korean government. During his career, he worked mostly in the Korean government sector, including the previous Minister of Planning and Budget, the Ministry of Economy and Finance, and the Presidential Council for National Competitiveness. He also worked as an advisor to the President of the Development Bank of Korea. He has experience in managing global investment funds. His career has focused in international cooperation, assistance for development, the strengthening of capacities for emerging economies. He studied in Argentina, Malaysia, and Korea. He has a master's degree in public administration of the Hankook University of Foreign Studies from Korea. So we welcome him warmly. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Joint Venture Tech Showcase. It is a pleasure to be able to collaborate with CABEI and the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Korea to organize this event that is a source of collaboration among entrepreneurship, startups, technology companies between Korea and Central America. And since we have business people, entrepreneurs from Korea and Central America, I would like to continue my presentation in English.
¿Se me permiten la presentación, por favor? Excellent. So again, thank you very much for this opportunity, and GDIN is very pleased to host and co-host this joint venture tech showcase. I think the key word that the two great panelists just talked about during the panel discussion was collaboration. And that is what GDIN precisely does. We help Korean tech companies globally expand. We help other country companies and Korean companies to collaborate in their technologies. And we also help build bilateral joint ventures. And all in all, our greatest mission is to strengthen this innovation system collaboration between players of the different countries. Just to sum up, we've been working over the past 10 years with over 3,000 companies in Korea, as you can see, through consulting, overseas patenting, incorporation. We have been helping Korean startups attract over $3.6 billion over the past decade. And most importantly, our vision is to build a global digital road. As President Gisela Sanchez of CABEI mentioned yesterday, Rome was not built in a day, but also Rome was not built by a single person. To build this global digital road, we need to connect technologies, we need to connect startups, we need to connect tech companies, and GDIN's mission is to do precisely that, to build a global digital road together. And to do so, we are not simply stopping to simply help our companies accelerate globally. We live in an era of digital transformation. And we've been talking, and we've heard yesterday, all of the diverse sectors like agri-tech, education, manufacturing, automobiles and mobility, that there is a lot of demand for global digital transformation. And we believe that the key actors that create the technologies and the innovative breakthroughs for digital transformation are the startups. So hence, we have organized this great event. The reason we are calling this showcase Joint Venture Tech Showcase is because GDIN believes in the power of collaboration. In fact, I'm very happy to share with you today both Korean companies and the Central American companies that GDIN has a joint venture support grant. The purpose of this joint venture support grant is to provide up to 100,000 US dollars as a non-equity grant to joint ventures that are formed between Korean tech companies or startups and the overseas tech companies or startups. So for example, if we agree some of the companies that are participating today with some of the companies that are participating from Korea and Central America, we will be able to provide this joint venture grant for you next year so that the initial financial burdens that companies have to face when you are collaborating, when you're traveling, when you're co-developing technologies, or when you're localizing technologies, you can use that grant. And we really hope to see some of the key winning startups and companies today be the recipients of this joint venture support grant from the GDIN Foundation. And we have tried this for the past years. I'm very happy to share with you today that, as you can see in the map, we have over 36 global joint ventures that we have helped create through this joint venture grant. Over more than 40 have formed partnerships that will eventually also become joint ventures. And we are also very happy to show you that some of these joint ventures are in Central and South America. However, as you can see, we don't have that many with the key member countries of CABEI, and that's why we are here. We want to create more joint ventures, have the technology be localized, have the technology be deployed in the region and beyond, and we're ready to support that. The GDIN has been working very closely to promote this bilateral tech collaboration. And through this tech collaboration, and the potential Korea-Central American joint ventures that are created through today's session, we are sure that you can accelerate digital transformation in Central America. And to do this, GDIN can't do it alone. And we would like to ask the support and the collaboration of course, CABEI, but also the investors, the accelerators that we've just met on the stage, and other corporations in the region to help us in this journey forward. And we are not new in the region. For the past four sessions, beginning in 2019, GDIN has been hosting this Korea, Latin America joint venture tech showcases. And as you can see on the screen, winners have been companies like Satellogic, G-Sense Biotech, Telepix, and other companies. And I'm also very happy to share with you that the very first company that won the Korea, Latin America tech showcase, Satellogic, is now a company in NASDAQ. So we can be pretty sure that the winner from today's event will also have a very, very well-paved road to get to NASDAQ as well. And some of these examples, the companies on the left are the Korean startups, the companies on the right are the local startups in Latin America that have already formed joint ventures, received our financial support, and now are expanding in the region and beyond. And we would like to create so many more cases. And another item is that these technologies don't have to be in the same sector. As you can see, in some cases, logistics meets AI, education meets AI, tourism meets accessibility. So we would like to tell you that this event is not simply about collaboration between companies working in the same industry. We would like to also see some cases of cross-sectoral, cross-industry tech collaboration and joint ventures. And that is precisely the objective of today's joint venture tech showcase. GDIN will support Korean tech companies matching with Central American tech companies, all the countries in Central America. We will support, through our joint venture grant, the formation of these local joint ventures. We will also provide, if necessary, the necessary consulting in the process of matchmaking and partnership building, and we are hoping that the local players, including CABEI, will help these joint ventures grow in the region through their participation in the local projects and expanding them to regional and even global projects. And we already have an example. I'm very happy to share with you that one of the leading companies in Korea in network access control and one of the key players that have been named as a global player in network access control called Genius has already formed a tech partnership with a company in Panama called Links Shield, and they've together deployed their key technologies to the Tribunal Electoral and the Órgano Judicial, the Supreme Court of Panama. So I'm showing you this example that this is possible, it's happening, and it's just a matter of time before we start to see more and more tech collaborative joint ventures that are created between Korea and Central American entrepreneurs. And we have a word for it. It's a little bit long, but we would like to call it collaborative technopreneurship, where entrepreneurs and companies with technologies learn to collaborate. And we all understand that there is no way that a Central American startup can come to Korea and deploy their technology from day one. And the case is the same for Korean companies as well. We need each other. One side having the breakthrough technological innovation, and the other side having the localization and the local operational capacity so that we have a perfect business model where technology meets local deployment and they grow together. And that is what we like to call collaborative technopreneurship. And the strategy is very simple. We would like to continue to match partners like we are doing today. And we don't think that this is just the end, it's just the beginning of continuous partnership matchmaking between Korean tech companies and the local tech companies so that these can grow to become partnerships or even joint ventures that GDIN will support. But we also need to create revenue and sales, which is very important for startups. And that is why we work with great regional organizations like CABEI in this case, where if there are some potential projects where these new innovative breakthrough technologies can be introduced in agriculture, in education, in public services, in transportation, in beauty, these joint ventures can then participate in these projects so that they can start to their POC and start to create revenues and grow. And that is our collaborative technopreneurship strategy. And of course, in collaborating with CABEI, we look very much forward to continuing to work together. We share the same missions and objectives that President Gisela Sanchez presented yesterday. We would like to work with CABEI to promote more R&D and innovation in the region. We would like to also help grow the local startup ecosystem through funding, through collaboration, through joint programs. And of course, we would like to contribute thereby to promoting continuous innovation and job creation in the Central American region. So through these objectives, again, we are very happy to welcome you all to the Korea Central America Joint Venture Tech Showcase. We have selected 10 amazing companies from Korea and Central America, ranging in all sectors and industries from agriculture to education, health, biotech, you name it, we have it. We feel sad that we cannot have more companies here, but due to time limitations, we'll start with these 10. But I'm sure that there will be more possible companies that will work together through our joint venture showcases and our joint venture support grant. Last but not least, I would like to remind you that this is a competition because we will be awarding grand prizes, best startups in each region, but also that it's an arena for collaboration. And that hopefully the Korean startups, the Korean companies that are participating here, you will be able to find opportunities to expand to the Central American region, share your technological innovations, and see how you can work together to achieve these missions that I've talked about earlier. Y para los emprendedores de Centroamérica.
And for the Central American entrepreneurs, I hope this opportunity is good for you to explore the possibility of working together, creating joint companies, and transfer this technology from Korea because you are the ones that know the best that's happening in the country, in the region, what technologies are needed, and what's the ideal way to work together here. And GDIN Foundation, we're willing to support you. If you travel to Korea, we are in Korea. If you want to have joint ventures, we're going to support you so that you can become unicorns in the region. Thank you so much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sogjin Chan, General Director of GDN, for your words and opening this joint venture showcase. I'm going to introduce the jury that will be in charge of the awarding ceremony, awards of this joint venture. We had first Mr. Jose Antonio Salma, President of Yo Emprendedor Costa Rica, Ms. Claudia Vanessa Paguava Castro from Honduras Digital Challenge. She is also part of the jury. They will be joined by Mr. John Cap Kim. Let me tell you that our guest, about our guest, because he has a huge working capacity that has made it work in the company, and that is joining us today as a member jury. It's an independent foundation registered under the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Republic of Korea with the objective of building a global digital industrial ecosystem that seeks to accelerate innovative companies of digital technology and to promote collaboration, global digital collaboration and market expansion. He was a director of global program in Born to Global Center after working more than 20 years in Silicon Valley as a founding member and CEO of ETRI, the electronics and telecommunication industry in research system at Avai Park, Silicon Valley, CEO and incubator for technological companies. He also completed a doctorate course in finance in the University of Vanderbilt, and he got a master's degree in planning and environmental design of the National University of Seoul. And also part of this jury, who Mr. Sogjin Chan, General Director of GDIN. We would like to thank both for this all distinguished members of the jury for the collaboration, and we hope your assessment evaluations where we award the first Korean startup, an award for the best Central American startup, and of course the main award. So let's get ready by taking a small brief for coffee break that our business people for to get ready that will start at 3:30 p.m. So we invite you to enjoy coffee at 3:30. All of you have to be here in the auditorium because we will have the startups and the awarding ceremony, and we will be ready to receive the President of El Salvador, Nayib Bukele, who will honor us with their presence. Thank you all. Let's be back at 3:30.
gracias. Invito a quienes estén afuera para que por favor hagan su ingreso y es que vamos a dar inicio con los showcase.
So moving on with the agenda K-Cafta 2024, and that has a very interesting part with the presentation of the companies. The first of the showcase is agriculture, in which we will have the participation of the companies Controlsoft and Biomatech for Central America and Shinhan Atech for Korea. So we're going to begin by receiving Controlsoft. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, we have a video for you to learn about our story. Engineering, science, innovation, art, solutions in control and monitoring of industrial processes and mechatronics. The Costa Rican industry began in the development of technification, modification of industrial production. This generated the need of having technical labor force specialized in industrial automation processes. 3 electrical engineers participated in the national bid for entrepreneurs organized by the School of Industrial Production at Tech. They submitted their business plan with the objective of developing a technology company focused on providing solutions to the need of the industry. It won the second place, and therefore it was executed at the incubation center at Tech. In 2002, we founded Controlsoft Costa Rica in order to provide technical services in the automation of industrial processes. We would become the best solution of energy efficiency in Central America with cutting-edge technology. In 2003, thanks to the trade partnerships with hardware and industrial software development, we achieved our first service. Training in industrial protocols of the programs that allowed for the operation of cement dosage. With this experience, our services got diversified and specialized. Hardware, industrial hardware development, industry, food, and beverages. In 2006, the company celebrates its third year of operations and assumes new challenges. Together with Controlsoft, they create Conelec Group. An automated control group is developed for the agro-industrial sector. A statistical control team is developed for the food industry, and the electromechanical department is created. We begin to offer to the market industrial process design, supply of hardware and software products, installation of industrial process systems. We increased our services with strategic partnerships. In 2010, our first office outside Costa Rica focused in the building automation process. In 2013, in mechanical design that allows us to position ourselves as an industry in mechatronics for Central America. In 2019, operations begin for El Salvador and Nicaragua in the industrial sector. In 2015, we export solutions to the international market in the industrial sector and become the first company in technology development with a global certification of specialists in telemetrics and SCAVA systems. We continue developing innovative solutions in Internet of Things, supported by the Global Telemetric Power as part of AS Alliance Global System Integration Award. We also work in the development of technologies for the reduction of operating cost and energy efficiency. Growing without competition. So this is a small overview of what Controlsoft is, a company that was born more or less 20 years ago and that came out of needs in the industrial sector in Costa Rica. Controlsoft is a technology company that was created as a group of entrepreneurs that see their dreams reflected, and Controlsoft has been able to position in Central America, Mexico, and the Caribbean with solutions in converting data into information, Industry 4.0, and the Internet of Things. Today we have different segments in the verticals where we work. Basically what brings us here, which is agro-industrial cement, which is basically what do we seek? That very similar to our country, and what we seek is going to an economy where just one product is produced to becoming with a value-added product. That's what we do in Controlsoft today. What are our work areas? We basically divided in 8 categories. Infrastructure that has to do with buildings, public transportation, hospitality. Costa Rica is a highly tourist country and the region is betting on this development. We have solutions in hospitality. And more recently, we're exploring solutions in Costa Rica for everything that has to do with medical treatment. But what has given more satisfaction to Controlsoft in the last 8 years is the strategic partnerships done in the segment of intelligent farms and agriculture. So what we're presenting today is an example of what we've done in collaboration with Korean companies. Shentech, for example, where they trusted on Controlsoft as a strategic partner in Central America for them to develop their technology and bring it to Costa Rica. Thanks to the collaboration between Korea and Costa Rica, we were able to implement a smart greenhouse where there were challenges but also satisfactions. And what we see reflected today is an application that as a model solution is being implemented in Guapiles at the Ministry of Agriculture farm, and that makes us feel very proud. What do we seek based off the information? Installing sensors, analyzing data. What we do is convert this into information for this application to become a tool that can facilitate the knowledge of agronomy engineers, and that it's a vehicle for the agricultural sector of Costa Rica to have a differentiator based off the implementation of technologies. In essence, what we seek in Controlsoft is not the development of sensors and dosage systems. For that, we have partners like our friends from Korea, but we specialize in the capture and processing of data to create artificial intelligence models that help decision making and the yield as well. And in essence, at the end of the day, with the collaboration of an interdisciplinary group. Controlsoft is a bridge so that all of this information can be channeled into solutions that potentiate the development of knowledge of the actual specialists that are the ones in charge of managing a greenhouse. And what we seek is to use cutting edge technology so that it allows us to differentiate ourselves and in turn reduce cost of operations. What Controlsoft has worked hard to do and what's given it success is that it's worked hard to develop solutions to specific problems. And one of the problems we've seen is how technology can participate in the agricultural sector, not only in Costa Rica and in the region. We won an international award because we were able to develop a solution in the banana plantation arena to control irrigation and to control as well when there were floodings. Basically, what we did was automate data remotely so that everything that has to do with weather information and the control of irrigation in plantations could be done in an intelligent way so that this information allows them to foresee what's the cost of banana production in 3 and 6 months. So with that, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you, everyone. And now I'd like to give the floor to whoever comes next. My name's Johan, and I would like to introduce you to a company that offers technological solutions of smart agriculture in Korea. Next year in January, our company will celebrate 30 years of having begun greenhouse projects. It's a company dedicated to agriculture as well. For this reason, we not only focus on device control, but also on developing systems designed for the optimal growth economically and environmentally of crops. Among all agriculture companies in Korea this is the one that's done most development projects. And we not only work with agricultural institutions, but also science and agriculture and research in Korea. Through these collaborations, their research projects continuously. That's why we have a large variety of patents related to smart agriculture. In Korea, there's a government fund designated to promote the development of a developing country, and this is called ODA. Through these projects, we've been able to build smart agriculture projects in many countries that we finished successfully. Also, we had the opportunity of execute the CABEI project in Costa Rica, and we can currently see that not only in Costa Rica, but around the world is being affected by climate change. It's provoking countries to have continuous droughts or that the rainy seasons or that it rains more than expected, generating floodings that provoke damages continuously. For these climate changes that are happening, we're facing a risk in the well-being food security issues beyond climate change. If we talk about Costa Rica, we see the rainy season is becoming longer, so the time to crop and harvest is reducing, so the price of fruits and vegetables is going up. One of the technologies to solve this is Korean smart agriculture to supply. This shouldn't be affected by external factors, and this should be maintained continuously. In the greenhouses, if we have stable products continuously, even during the rainy season, it can contribute to solving the issues of food safety as well as to control price increments. These smart agriculture solutions minimize the impact of the external environment through an automated system, which contributes to the controlled growth of crops. This improves stable supply of fruits and vegetables throughout the entire year. And in converting data in the internal environment of the greenhouse, this information can be used for the future development of agriculture, improving agricultural technologies. And this might be applicable in all of the places such as greenhouses, open fields, and factories of plants. If the crop has been successful, data can be reviewed to understand the reasons behind success, and in the future, data can be used to guarantee good results on a regular basis. If the crops fail, data can be analyzed to identify the reasons for failure, and based on that, find solutions that can prevent future failures. It won't longer be necessary to depend on the census in agriculture by using precise data to practice advanced technology based on data, and there will be a stable crop throughout the entire year. Also, it's not only about applying smart agriculture used in Korea. It's important to have solutions adapted to the local conditions in Latin America, as technologies that can reduce the temperature in warm areas during the summer and recycling techniques for environmental protection. Our export product is a smart agricultural system that uses these functions and a smart greenhouse with Korean technology. I would like to share that we had the opportunity to successfully complete a project funded by CABEI in Costa Rica. This project is what was presented before in Guapiles. And just like CABEI, we've successfully completed many projects through the funding of COICA, among others. Most of our projects normally have a duration from 3 to 4 years. We not only provide smart technology for the greenhouse with Korean technology, but we have a full process that includes the construction of the greenhouse, the harvesting techniques, and the launching of brands, allowing us to provide support all along, from crops to production and sale. Through the projects, we organize training programs in Korea where we teach about advanced agricultural techniques in the country. In the smart greenhouse with Korean technology, we invited Korean experts to provide training on harvesting techniques and technology related in the area. We've established a formation process that allows local farmers to experience directly using the agricultural Korean techniques so that they can experience a full cycle of crops. If only greenhouses and systems were provided after finishing the project, it could be ruins for crops or crops could fail. However, by offering continuous education, most countries can become self-sufficient and continue harvesting with success even after the project finishes. Also, the Ministry of Agriculture of the participating countries can use these data to develop adaptation strategies that has allowed us to transform a model based on data. As an example of the brand launch, we created Smarto, which means tomato harvested in a smart greenhouse with Korean technology, and K-Suito that refers to the sweetness of Korean tomatoes. Through these launches, we also provide a sales strategy for high-quality products. This is a Philippine brand of a project done through another cooperation project. To date, we've exported to over 20 countries, and at present, the smart greenhouse model is receiving a lot of demand, in particular in the Asian markets. We've successfully completed projects with climate similar to Central America, such as Vietnam, the Philippines, and Uganda, because they're in the same tropical line. With Costa Rica as a point of departure, we have the purpose of actively exporting to the Central American market. Taking advantage of the free trade agreement, we will work hard to achieve successful results in the agricultural sector. Thank you.
And we are now going to complete the agricultural showcase with the company Biomatech, which will give its presentation to all of you. Welcome. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to tell you about our company, Biomatech. We are engineering, a consultancy company on engineering that works on provide solutions for sustainable development in our region. It was company founded in 2008 by Dr. Cindy Torres. Our mission is to contribute and promote sustainable development throughout our region, and based in a principle of leadership, internal leadership in our company, but also external in the innovative way in which we provide our services. We are also based on passion, understanding the needs of sustainable development. We need to understand the needs of our communities and the technological challenges that they need to adopt new technologies that allow them to increase the yield and efficiency, the performance and efficiency, and quality, which is intrinsic in all our services. We are based on three specific work pillars: sustainability from an environmental, governance, and social perspectives, all under the principles of fight against climate change. And we should not put aside the business's competitiveness. Then we cannot fight against climate change unless we contribute sufficient evidence that technology, the process, the solutions that we are providing are not just going to improve or reduce their environmental impact, but will also have an positive social and financial impact. We have 5 departments. The first one is management systems, which are those first steps that our customers apply by implementing standards to be aligned with different initiatives and international standards. We have the Sustainability Department, in which we support organizations to define a clear path that they have to follow to reduce gaps at an environmental, social, and governance levels. The Biodiversity Department is a new department created this year related to valuing the natural capital that exists in organizations, how their businesses depend on the protection and preservation of biodiversity. The Academy Department, which is basically provide training and a specialized training to different organizations on these matters. And the department want to discuss better, more in depth today is the Processes Department. We provide service and have presence throughout Central America as well as Bolivia, Colombia, and for the last 5 years we also provide services in Spain. The process department, as I mentioned, is an engineering department. We have engineers, electromechanical engineers that focus on the design and deployment of innovative projects that allow them to provide solutions to different challenges in the different productive sectors. Specifically today, we are going to talk of some examples of projects that focus on the agro farming sector. As I mentioned, our approach is how technologies can be adopted within an organization and a community that allows them to grow in terms of production and livestock production and reduce their environmental impact at the same time. We use IoT and in agriculture to make it more efficient in terms of human resources and financial resources, always keeping in mind the sustainability strategies that are part of the community, the organization, the local government, or the country. For instance, here we see in Bolivia, this is an organization. When we got there, they had a very homemade system of production, in particular to produce carrots in particular, and we designed a system using different technologies. The first one was having a rainwater harvesting system and a solar panel system that would allow them to use the water resources and make their businesses sustainable, to create a much more efficient production system that is mechanized, automated, and in this way, on the bottom right photo, which was a small parcel, became a whole valley that focuses on the production and in community work, promoting or attracting young people that migrate to La Paz to look for other labor opportunities to come back to their homes to work. This is another case in Guatemala. The top left, we see slopes, the water, brought water in water bottles. Many people carrying water bottles to irrigate their crops. So we installed a rainwater harvesting system with automated drop system. And so we move from the image on the left, we have a high productivity because with the social impact that this brings to the communities. And here are a series of examples where we have not just worked with the agricultural sector, but in plantation, but also with fish, aquaculture, and indigenous communities. With coffee mills, we have installed projects for biomass and biodigesters to utilize waste resources to generate a circular economy project. And what I also want to mention today is an initiative that is called BioCrisol, which is a technology that will be launched into the market very soon. BioCrisol is a system that will allow converting wet solid waste in bioenergy and fertilizers. So this system, through a process called degasification, will allow an effective complete treatment of wet solid waste. This technology has been installed in ICAFE, the Coffee Institute of Costa Rica, And why coffee? Because for every kilogram of coffee, about 2 kilograms of a coffee pulp waste remains in the communities of our regions that generate a lot of problems when it decomposes, and these problems are both at the health level and environmental level. This is a video of this project. It is a demonstrative unit that has been installed in iCafe. It is an industrial process based on the treatment of coffee pulp, which is a biomass waste in a rotatory dryer where we get the correct humidity for the system that will be used as fuel to feed the gasification system that will allow converting those solid wastes in a gas rich in carbon monoxide and hydrogen that we can use to produce heat. And we have another bioproduct that is called biochar that has more value for the agricultural sector because soil remediation capacity that is very important. This is the unit that was installed in iCafe. And we allow, just by treating 52% of the waste of the coffee milling process, we can or reduce 59% the dependence on electricity, reduce 60% of the emissions given the mitigation and sequestration of carbon, and the new product value actually that will allow to diversify the business. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the company that participated in the agriculture showcase, Controsoft, Shinhan Tech, and Biomatech. We are now going to continue talking about this promotion to the business partnership between Korea and Central America. We will move on to the second showcase for the health sector. In this segment, we have the participation of Central American companies, Nanomedical and Lily App, and also the Korean company Health and Cloud. And we start with Nanomedical. Welcome. Good afternoon, everybody. How are you doing? You good? We have learned a lot. Well, we are going to learn a little bit more about nanotechnology. I am going to talk about nanotechnology in the hospital environment. I don't know if you know what nanotechnology is. Usually we feel that it is a very complex kind of science. Nanotechnology simply is the manipulation of materials at a nanometric scale to improve their functionality or to adapt them to our needs. In the hospital environment, nanotechnology has become a key tool, a partner, to prevent nosocomial diseases and optimize hygiene. Nosocomial illnesses are those diseases that we acquire during the hospital. We didn't suffer from it when we got to the hospital, but we get them there. This partner of nanotechnology, it can be used in different ways as coating with nanoparticles of silver and copper, microfilters for the purification of air and water, antimicrobial nanocoatings for medical devices. How have we reinvented hospital safety? I know that I'm talking about nanotechnology, but you will see that you will understand the topic very well through disinfection. We all use disinfectant products at home. So did you know that as any disinfectant that you use chlorine, harmonium stops working as soon as it dries? Did you know that? And depending on how quickly it dries up, did it actually provide the desired effect or not? That leaves the surfaces exposed to millions of pathogens immediately. So we use nanotechnology to provide real, easy to implement the solutions with multiple technical benefits and economic benefits. We use silicium dioxide, which can be found in the food industry, technology, and even our bodies. What this element that we use is a solution as a biocide, but as a pellet. And we have created a biocide formula that was introduced in these capsules. This allows us to have a residual effect of up to 8 days, which means that even though it dries out, it continues being effective. The surface remains sterile. How does it work? As I mentioned, what we did was to encapsulate a biocide formula that creates a layer between any surface, regardless of the type of surface and the environment. Therefore, wherever you apply this product, it is going to be protected. When a pathogen touches the surface, what silicon dioxide traps it and disintegrates it inside. What is the difference of our product from the rest? As you can see, a lot. It has a residual effect that lasts up to 8 days, depending on contamination. It could be even more. It is for multiple surfaces, as you can imagine. It is biodegradable, therefore it has no negative effects on the body tissues. It works against fungi, viruses, and bacteria, and it is dermatase. It has provide or causes no skin problems. As you can see, no other product used in the market has these benefits. Have you heard of any? And it affects up to 99.9%. This is just an algorithm. Our product, Crystal Ocean Plus, disinfects up to 9 logarithms, that is 99.999999999%. And when everything I have told you has been already certified, we have done lab tests at a national and international level that show our effectiveness. We have about 78 certifications. Why use it? As I mentioned, it's biocompatible, certified. It doesn't affect any part of the human or animal bodies. Commitment to sustainability by applying it only once every 8 days. We save, and also prevent pollution or contamination. It is environmentally friendly. Biocides are never exposed to the environment. Therefore, they do not pollute. They are compatible with medical and electronic devices. In one of our customer stories that we are afraid because this device is worth, it costs $10 million. So we have not been able to use any disinfectants on it. And we told them, if it damages, we will pay for it. Currently, it's one of our main customers. And we reduce a cost and a guarantee. You disinfect once every 8 days. How does this solution behave in a hospital environment? These are real cases in which you can see the first chart is an analysis that was done on a surface after it was cleaned. This is with the disinfection that they used. That was their protocol. And we applied after that our own product. And you can see how data decreased. And 5 days after application, we were still at low levels. Do you know how you certified a clean room? After 30 RLU. So we had it even below a clean room, and we remained it like that with no other application for 8 days. These are the same data. We see different surfaces, and we see how after 5 days, the surface is still disinfected. These are the results of the doctor. This is a national hospital, Clínica Bíblica. Many of you are familiar with it. And she told us that they had very good results. And not just it was disinfected, and they have not just zero nasal-stomach contaminations inside the hospital. And this is a paper that will be published very recently. This is to look at it from a graphic red. It was how the surfaces were before our disinfectant was applied and how it has remained below 30 RLU after the application of our product over time. And as you can see, we have a residual effect. The release is controlled because it only activates when the pathogen falls, which is an important topic because it doesn't generate resistance. Pathogens do not generate resistance to our product because they never knew what disintegrate them, because they are disintegrated inside the capsule. It is a controlled release, superior safety levels. Nanotechnology creates an invisible barrier that is powerful to protect hospital health. We can do it with a day-to-day process. It can be used in any food industry to our homes because it is also, or some of our clients are using this product in their homes. Innovation, we don't create a new solution, we improve those that already existed. My name is Lucia Vargas, and I am pleased to know that I am part of the team of the only companies that does research and commercialize nanotechnology-based solutions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the company Nanomedical for this presentation. We are in the health sector showcasing this joint venture. We invite Health on Cloud from Korea.
Today I want to introduce Health on Cloud. So what we're trying to combat is the problem of a shortage of healthcare workers, not just with tech, but with education. In our eyes, education is the most important thing. I traveled the world quite a bit, and every country there's a passion amongst many medical professionals, but they don't always have access to the best schools. Not everyone can go to Harvard. Not everyone can go to the UK or what they're dreaming about. So we're trying to change that. Now, I'm going to start off with the people, because without a network, I firmly believe things are impossible. You can have the best product in the world, it can have an S and a cape, but it's not going to go anywhere without a network. So the founder of our company is Dr. Sang Hoon-jun. He's the former president of Seoul National University Bunang Hospital, which is the first fully paperless digital hospital in the world. He's also the president of the Asian Society for Cardiovascular and Thoracic Surgery. All the best heart and lung surgeons in Asia, and he's arguably one of the best lung surgeons. Behind him, in Korea, we have mostly doctors, actually. Dr. Eun-sung Park, our CEO. He's a thoracic surgeon, but he's a nursing educator. He writes a lot of the books for all the nursing colleges in Seoul. Wang Jae Lee, he's a cardiologist currently studying at NUH Hospital in Singapore on a system where he's using Microsoft HoloLens, where they actually take an X-ray, diachrome file, 3D print, put it in the glasses, and they use it for surgery, for advanced cases. Myself, I'm the Chief Innovation Officer. We have College of Nursing head, providing content creation, and we have Mei Lim, who is our course director, former Nursing College of Singapore course director, and then Tim Jun, who's doing a lot of our public relations. Why am I talking about this? Because behind, we also have a global team just like this. Everyone at the top of their game, whether it's in Singapore, the UK, Latin America, all over, we have a very big network of surgeons and doctors and medical professionals behind us. So behind that, which opens up a lot of doors, we started a Smart Hospital Alliance. What we're trying to do is connect all of the world's best hospitals for two things: sharing education and sharing innovation. A lot of hospitals will build tech inside, but admin won't approve it because they need funding to get it out. We see it a lot. Same countries building certain things. What we want to do is create the pipes that connect everybody so education can be shared, innovations can be shared, and together we can combat the disparity we have in healthcare education and accessibility. Right now, we have in the MFT in the UK, it's the largest teaching trust in Manchester. It's 14 hospitals, all of the best hospitals. Seoul National University, which is the Harvard of Korea, Seoul National Bundong Hospital, Assam Medical Center, one of the best hospitals in the world. We're working with the National University Health System of Singapore, all of their hospitals, LA Children's Hospital, Tec de Monterrey, the largest private university in all of Mexico, Val de Lily, the #1 hospital in Colombia, and beyond. Long story short, we have a lot of hospitals. So to do this, we've been developing a lot of platforms, not just one. In order to facilitate this, we have a lot of services that we want to actually utilize to do that. When COVID started, education stopped. No one was allowed in the OR room, and no one could really communicate in the hospital. That really crippled the system. We actually have a couple of years where there was nobody advancing in the medical field. So we use platforms designed to do that. Q1 of next year, we're launching our own LinkedIn for doctors, if you will. All of the hospitals that we're working with, we want to connect so that they can share medical education, courses, innovation, collaborative projects. We also have our Medis, which is like a Netflix for healthcare, where we have the best surgeons putting up their courses, and then in turn, we utilize that for courses. Now, why is that relevant? A lot of people go to university, but they tend to study outdated materials. What we're trying to do is have hospitals collaborate so that they can make the best educational programs as possible. You actually have surgeons that are active in active hospitals like NUH, Korea and Singapore, usually ranked in the top 2 for innovation. So imagine if you have them combining with the UK traditional means and America to deliver courses like an ECMO program that we can bring into Colombia, which we'll explain a little bit later. We also have Curacao, where it's not telemedicine, it's teleconsulting, as I like to say. There's a lot of amazing technology that can make a teleconsulting effective. You could use telemedicine, for example, in a rural community, but if I can't see an X-ray, I can't see an MRI image, it's pointless. It's just we're having a conversation. There's a lot of guessing. So what we're trying to do is work with some of the world's best innovative technologies so that it can be implemented, and that little hospital in the rural community that can't afford all that equipment can have access to the best surgeons, the best consultants, and the best tech. So now a simple X-ray can be utilized in some amazing technology, and they can actually help the patient. This is a little video on Medis.
Presentamos Medis, la plataforma.
We present MECTIS, the e-learning platform for medicine professionals and students. With MECTIS, learning is easy and accessible for students of the member organization. MECTIS provides a wide library of educational content from the best institutions and health experts. MECTIS includes educational videos on salary. Actúan a este material constantemente.
online courses through our LMS like an online university. So just imagine a university right here could be taking courses from Singapore, UK, from Germany, from the US, all over as electives on top of their core. That's what we're trying to do. We're also doing 3 surgery content. We do a lot of work with companies like Medtronic, where we go in, we utilize their devices, and we show how to use it. So when an innovation happens, how do people share it? Like, just think about it. If a company create something new that can change the world, it takes a long time and a lot of work, a lot of manpower to share that. So what we try to do working with companies like that is create an amazing online programs so that as soon as they launch, we can actually train everyone around the world. We're also using VR simulation. We have some of the best simulation experts in the world. In fact, in our UK office, Dr. Ralph McKinnon, he was one of the founders of Inspire, which is the largest children's simulation network, where now they're using VR for training. Not every hospital can afford really expensive simulation. A Laredale simulator, it's a medical simulator, can range in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. But with VR, we can make sure everyone has top-notch training for effective and cheap prices. We're also developing an app store with a Switzerland-based company, which is going to launch in Q1. Now, think of Google, think of Apple. But these are apps for home, not for hospital. There is no app store for in-hospital innovations. We're here sharing, but there's no store you can go to facilitate this and open that up. So what we're going to do is work with these startups so that they can get past health regulatory issues. They can actually go into these top hospitals. They can be trialed. We can get them in. Currently, we're in the process of opening an office in Mexico with Tec de Monterrey. We have our Singapore office. We have our Seoul office. We have our UK office. We're US. Point being is we're using a very big collaborative network to speed up the adoption of innovation so everyone doesn't have to make the same thing. If we work together, we can bring it to market much quicker. I'm going to show you an example. Korean Telecom is one of Korea's biggest telcos, and they created an amazing solution for thyroid cancer. Currently, we're trialing it at the #1 hospital in Colombia, Val de Lily, and the #3 hospital in San Ignacio.
의료 분야에서는 질병 정보, 라이프 로그, 의료 영상 데이터 등 건강에 관련된
can be effective. AI, they're using this basically take a scan, it compares it against hundreds of thousands of other scans to determine whether or not you have cancer. This is a common trend, and a lot of people are making similar stuff. But with Korean Telecom, they're creating amazing stuff, and we're helping to work with them get into other countries. Even a giant like KT would have trouble going through Latin America and finding places to go. That's where we come in. But next, I'd like to pass the microphone to our executive director and former ambassador of Colombia to Korea to explain an IDB project we're currently doing in Colombia.
Gracias, Mike. Yo voy a proceder en...
Thank you, Mike. I'm going to be speaking Spanish. So we have a first project with Colombia supported by the IDB Invest with the private sector with 2 hospitals. We have a project with 2 hospitals, Hospital of Fundación San Jose and Hospital of Javeriana University. The concentration has to do on teleconsulting topics and anything that has to do with virtual medical education. This is a topic of very much interest, especially after the COP16 of access to biodiversity. With the San Ignacio Hospital, we are going to have connection with Leticia. We are going to be working with Leticia in the Amazon, which is in the border with Peru and Brazil. And with the hospital Santa Fe, Bogota, we are going to have access to teleconsultation with another jungle in Latin America, which is the Chocó. After this project, the expansion will come to Mexico with another project related to research on obesity, and in Brazil with a region of the Amazons to be able to identify the best practices and how they can advance and how we can implement this teleconsultation and a platform alliance for smart hospitals. Thank you very much.
Y vamos a
And now we are going to complete the presentation of this health sector showcase in our joint venture, inviting Lily up of Central America. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to share with you in this great event. My name is Carlo Mercado, CTO and Lilia. We are a state in health tech, and we are from El Salvador. I'm very excited because today I want to share something that may change the way we understand digital health. But before, let me ask you something. How many of you here have their medical record at hand or as essential as the vaccination card? Reality is that very few of us can respond yes, because as patients, we rarely own our medical information. And when we do, it can be lost or be damaged, and it may be difficult to read. Some years ago, I decided to ask for a scholarship to study abroad. One of the requisites was something very simple, or at least that's what I thought: presenting my vaccination card. To my surprise, no one in my family knew where the document was. And even if I was able to solve, I witnessed a problem that affected many. Now, let's think about a family or someone that tries to keep a detailed control of their medical record, appointments, medical prescriptions. It's unquestionably something complicated, even more so if you have chronic diseases or members in your family need continuous medical attention. Every test, every prescription is a key piece in an comprehensive care that, if lost, is not only a threat to people, but it's a threat to their lifestyle and peace of mind. This is where Lily App makes itself different. At Lily App, users can centralize their medical record in one single place. Also, users can use our extensive catalog of doctors to look according to their needs or preferences. At Lily App, they can schedule appointments, have access to their medical record, can receive reminder and prescriptions. At Lily App, that can provide accessible and safe to our users while maintaining the quality and excellence they deserve. But Lily App doesn't only focus on patients, but also on doctors. We offer tools to them that englobe the medical logistics, making them more efficient. We allow them to keep detailed control of their medical agenda. We allow them to create appointments digitally. Also, they can send tests or request tests or have a more detailed control from their patients. What do we get from this? What we get is doctors and patients can be focused on what really matters, which is health and well-being. But who are we in Liliac? What I want to say is the following. Our goal is clear. We want to become the leading platform in digital health. At Liliap, we commit ourselves to working hard, breaking barriers, redefining health, and take a fundamental right to the next level. I share some of the charts with you that show our acquisition and acceptance of users. As you can see, they reflect very positive numbers, I believe. What it means to say is that our product meets the needs and problems our users presented. And we hope this continue going up to the extent that we improve and refine our product. Let's talk about digital health. Digital health keeps growing. Studies show that the acquisition of systems in digital health is just 20% in such an extensive region. Also, other statistics indicate that 29% of the doctors have experienced with AI during the last few years, which shows is an increasing interest in innovating and adopting new technologies. This is where Liliap should be positioned as the key partner in the era of the digital transformation. Let's talk about the future of Liliap. In a world in constant evolution, we visualize digital health based on two things. First, continuous innovation, and second, global expansion. I'm very proud to say that our team is an expert in deploying cloud-based solutions, and we've been also able to work with companies in the region, creating health tech models that extend or improve their systems. Now, what's our value proposal? What we desire is open up our doors as consultant and software developers in health tech in our region, because we want to share our knowledge with those that want to innovate or enter this sector. At the same time, we're looking for key partners that are fundamental in expanding ourselves in the region, not only in Central America, but beyond. Also, I'm very excited to say that we're planning the development of our first AI model that offers innovative functions that our users anxiously expect, whether it is in accessibility or in optimizing processes. For this, we need partners. With the signing of this agreement in this amazing forum, we see in Korean companies and those in the region an opportunity to create partners with which we can create health at the highest level. Let me close by mentioning that we see a future full of opportunities, expansion, and collaboration. Let me thank the organizers of this event and authorities for taking us into account. And finally, let me tell you that we're going to keep working always with our highest commitment in excellence and innovation. Thank you. Thank you for the companies that have participated in this showcase in the health sector. We've just heard Liliap and Nanomedical from Central America and Korea. Our jury is taking note of what companies are telling us, and now it's the turn of the educational sector. And in this segment, we have the participation of the Central American company Robots Maker and Purple Education. Let's begin by listening to Robots Maker. Welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ulises Dueña, and I'm the founder and CEO of RobotsMaker, a company from El Salvador. RobotsMaker is a company that is born with a dream, which is to have the combination of education and technology. We know that in our region, it is very difficult to have access to information and education. We live in a region where it's increasingly more important to bet on information. It's increasingly important to look at education, and this is what we expect to do RobotsMaker. What is RobotsMaker? It's a pedagogical robotics program in which we involve the construction of robots. We involve education in electronics and programming, not with the purpose of creating kids expert in robotics, because in our region there is no such application of robotics. We don't expect to develop young people that can build a robot, but for us, robotics is a means through which we can potentiate education and develop concepts that oftentimes are difficult for kids. And this is why we've taken the STEM methodology and Maker to do a pedagogical robotics program. What's the purpose? For kids to learn while building and experiencing, because oftentimes there are issues that are very difficult for kids, or they're afraid of math, they're afraid of science and others. But when they do so through an experiment by building a robot or an electronic circuit, kids don't even realize everything they're learning and the concepts they're developing. So in Robots Maker, we've developed a full program that goes from the lowest levels, K4 kids, to teenagers at the age of 16 or 17. This was born as a result of the dream. I had the chance to participate in different programs that were doing something similar with IT, technology problems in the region, in Central America, Mexico. But we always noticed that the issue was focused on older students. So what we said, let's do this for the youngest, because this is where they learn the fastest and they learn while enjoying. How does Robots Maker works? We have 3 stages. Applied education, basically it's getting concepts, developing education, and this has to do with the topics that can be seen in grade school and high school. We're not going to talk about very sophisticated issues or concepts they don't understand, but it's taking family, involving them with a concept, but developing it in robotics, electronic, then a fun approach. All of the classes are practical. There's a robotics lab that we set up in high schools, in educational institutions, through which the methodology is the professor develops a concept in the first 15 minutes of the class, then we do a robot or circuit, and then we experience to put into practice the concept for the students to verify that the information received was the right one. And the development of critical skills. We use robotics as a means for students to learn to be critical and solve problems. We don't want to have experts in robotics, but experts in thinking and solving any problem. The structure of the program, it's 4 modules. units, lessons. We have over 450 lessons for every level. The advantage is none of them is a prerequisite to the other. So if I'm a professor at an institution, I can take the classes that I like the most according to the capacities of my students. If they're very advanced, I can take lessons from higher levels and include them in my platform and do my own menu. If I only want mechanics or electronics, or if I want to focus on programming. We also have different kits. That's not the most important thing because it's just a resource. As we've been working with certain material in the future, we're thinking about involving new ones. It'll depend on the regions and the treaties we can have with other suppliers. In the end, what's important is the development we have because we have a trained team of professors that are experts, that are dedicated on a daily basis to creating the lessons and assessing concepts we'll develop in the classroom. In the end, that's the most important thing, not with what they're building, but what they're learning through the construction. And that's what's important for us in Robots Maker. Robots Maker has the vision of expanding. We're a Salvadoran company, and at present we have over 10 institutions. In our platform, we have over 7,000 students registered, and thanks to this, and we learned and expand ourselves, and thanks to the professors that tell us this lesson can be improved here or there, and we take that into account because it's the professors that are in the classroom and that know their students better. And that's why we've developed a team that can develop this capacity for our program. And let me share some experiences we have had. I'm Father Jose Rodolfo, director of the Joseph High School. We've been using the technological system Robots Maker for 3 years as an educational institution. It's been a great experience because the platform has been strengthened and we've provided a follow-up to all processes. Our experience has been very good. It's been interesting. It's been our first experience, and it fills our expectations. Students can move the hand and the mouse in person. And it's been fun for all. For me as a professor, it's been a great experience. At the beginning, it was difficult, but then you see the little tricks the simulator has. And once you manage this, it's been a very good experience because it's not only the fact of doing the robots in the platform, but having the challenge of doing something. I recommend the platform because for all schools that are going to begin with educational robotics, it's the best option for kids and the educational community. I can't only get to students in person, but there's students that join us with the virtual components. So it makes it easier for us and the students, the development of their skills. Robots Maker is born from a dream, which is to take education at every level and that in the Central American region they can grow. We're truly convinced that as a nation we're going to be better so long as we invest in the education of our kids. That's the dream we have, to have better countries and nations, and we know we will achieve that through education. Let me thank the invitation to this forum and that for you to take us into account, to share the experience and the dream. And I'm truly convinced that you will be attracted to this and that you want to be a part of the dream, and we're open to listening to you. You can all join this dream. And let me thank for the opportunity for being here. It's an honor for us to be here. Thank you so much for your attention. And that you're a part of this dream as well. Thank you for this presentation. And to continue with education, let's invite Purple Education.
Purple Education. Actually, this is my first time visiting the Central America. That's why I'm here to listen to you the first. So I want to hear to make a relationship with you because we will be working together very soon. Before I start, I want to introduce a proverb from Asia for a long time ago. Okay, what are you gonna do if your plan is for 1 year? What are you gonna do? Plant rice. I think the planting rice is the best policy. How about 10 years? Plant trees. How about if your plan is for 100 years? Educate children. So I think, in my opinion, the education is not just a business. It's a future of the country and the competitiveness of the country. This is very important. So let's invest our students right now. Okay, Purple Education is just new startup company which developed educational programs based on global issues such as the global climate and environment and history and culture. Okay, we are a member of the Korea EduTech the association, which has 40 organizations and hundreds of EduTech companies, and the member of the AES, Asia EduTech Summit, which has 89 organizations in Asia. As you see, that there are hundreds of the EduTech education companies in Korea, and they are willing to work with you. Sadly, we didn't have opportunity to work with you. So we need to take action right now. So under the government support, we can have the EduTech expert focusing on education only, or business meeting, or to showcase like this. However, if those are not available due to the several reasons, we can just replace with just online meeting instead. Actually, the size is not very important. Just take action right now. Okay, now I will introduce the educational program from Purple Education. First one, this is endangered animal program, which is focusing on environment and the climate. Endangered means if we don't protect them, they will be disappeared forever. So our students cannot see them forever, or cannot touch them, or cannot feel them. So we need to take action to protect them. This program consists of the textbook and the 3D puzzle and AR and ebook. Okay, our textbook is a little bit different from other books. Okay, it is divided by 2 sections. The first one is the learning section, which has a lot of background knowledge, and the activity section has lots of activities, such as animal album and calendar making and puzzle assembling and AR. This is 3D puzzle program. This is a hands-on activities. So students can create the animals themselves. So while they are doing it, they are learning spatial awareness and problem-solving skills and concentration development. This is ebook program which contains the video as audio and text. This text can be translated into any other languages, so language barrier is gone. Using AR technologies, so students can experience their movement and sound and take a photo together to make the animal album. This is very useful. Okay, second program is the World History Junior, which focuses on history and culture. Okay, this program is about the world history or world heritage site. This contains the textbook and 3D puzzle and learning videos and database. This textbook also contains a lot of the background knowledge of the world history site. And this is a 3D puzzle, which is a hands-on activities. Okay, so our students can build, not make, build the world heritage sites themselves, because our ancestors built them with their bare hands. So while the students are making that things, they can feel how greatness our ancestors were. Okay, this is ebook. This is the same as the endangered animals. It has videos, audios, and the text. Okay, this is the database program which used the Padlet program to share a lot of the learning materials. Even students can upload their photos and videos for sharing. We've done these things in many countries for a long time. So Angkor Wat, Cambodia, and Peru, he's the ambassador of the Peru in Korea. He's very interested in this program. And pyramid in Egypt, in Saudi Arabia, and India. And Thailand with educational department, we have a lot of the business meetings and seminar there. Okay, Expo in Taiwan and Saudi Arabia and the France for business meeting and teachers training program for Mongolian teachers. So as a result, our program is also used as a tourist souvenirs because so many people visit there to see them, but there's nothing to do but taking photos only. So this program or these products can be used as a very meaningful souvenirs. So this is the suggestion for Central America, because I know there are so many the cultural heritages and animals to be protected in Central American countries. So the reason why I suggest is, I want your students feel very proud of your country, and you can promote your own program to visitors. We can make it together. For example, the village, the World Heritage Site, and endangered animals like this. And Guatemala, Tika like this, and Ecuador, El Salvador, Honduras, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, and Panama, like this. So you can just develop your own content of textbook, because we will provide the template to make it. And the population education with so many edtech companies in Korea can develop the 3D puzzle like this and learning videos and AR and VR. So let's make your own content, not a toy. We can work together. And I have the samples over there next to the copy table. So if you want to have our product as a present. I will give it to you after the event. Okay. Thank you for listening. I'm Ricky Kim from Purple Education. Thank you.
Gracias a las
Thank you to the company that have participated in the Educational Health Showcase, Royal Maker from the Central America region, and Purple Education from Korea. Now we move to the last presentation that corresponds to the cosmetics and beauty sector. For this purpose, we have the valuable participation of the Korean companies AIW and Solom. And we are going to start listening to the presentation by AIW. Welcome.
I'd like to talk about the hairstyle today. As you know that hairstyle have changed a lot over time. And in Korea, the trends often come from what celebrities are doing, and it really catches on. Now, what about Costa Rica? I haven't lived here myself, so I asked to ChatGPT, and she said, these hairstyles were pretty popular here. Is that right? Anyway, this is we are in the age of hyper-personalization. So more and more people want a unique and customized hairstyle to show off their personality. If hairdressers can't respond quickly, this kind of demands, they might have a hard time for running their salons. Yeah. And it's nice to see you. My name is Min-jae Kim, the CEO of AIW Corporation. And our team is developing the K-Hairgator, which is help hairdressers easily understand and create the hairstyle their customers want. K-Hairgator has two main features. The first is it allows hairdressers to learn by themselves without teacher. And wherever they are, they don't need to come to Korea. And second, it offers curation features that helps hairdressers can identify the hairstyle their customers want, even if they are meeting them for the first time. For the past 10 years, we have been organizing the steps to create hairstyles, and we broke down these steps into small blocks. And by combining these blocks, we were able to create the hairstyle recipes, variety of hairstyle recipes. This is the style menu. We currently have 100 men's styles how to cut. And for women, we have developed 70 recipes how to cut and how to perm. Why don't you just take a look at how it works? Just pick a style you want to learn from the style menu and just follow the style recipe. And style recipe is broken into the small blocks, and the block shows you how exactly section the hair for cut and what angles to lift and where to position yourself while cutting. Here's the scene from Korea, where we test the junior hairdressers can exactly follow the recipe, and she tried the FDL2001 style, and she successfully recreated it without teacher. Yeah. After you finish the practicing with the recipe, this is a kind of the result you can expect. And we use the AI technology to transform these results to just look like a real person, like this. And after that, the customer will look at this portfolio and they start curious, wondering, it looks nice, okay, I agree, but would it really suit me? In such case, the customer can upload their own photo like this, and virtually they try on the hairstyle like this. If they piece them, does she look good? If they like it, they will visit the hairdresser to get the hairstyles done. To summarize our service, it allows hairdressers to learn the hairstyles techniques on their own without coming to Korea, and create the portfolios ready to use with AI technology, and let customers experience virtually the hairstyles before committing. Ultimately, this boosts customer satisfaction and increase the sales of hairdressers. There's more. We are also collaborating with International Organization for Standardization, which is called ISO, and we help hairdressers to get international certification, and we are currently running a pilot program in Vietnam. So far, the result from testing in Korea, the salons who using a K-hair gator have experienced on average sales increase 30% compared to those who haven't used it. In addition, the ability to save significantly on training cost has been a major advantage. I think the hair industry is high value added business that can generate high profit relatively with low cost. Our vision is support women's entry into workforce worldwide. Through this, we aim to women's economic independence and greater participation in society. We offer two types of product. The first is tablet version, without need a Wi-Fi connection, and second is app version with AI technology. We believe that K-Hair Gallery will help hairdressers worldwide succeed and grow. Thank you for your time.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much to AIW for your presentation in this showcase of the cosmetic and beauty sector. We have announced also the participation of the Korean company Solom. At this time, we are going to take a short break because of the security arrival of President Bukele. They have to check the auditorium. So we are going to ask all of you to please leave the room for a little while, leave your belongings here, and just a few minutes later we will be back to the room to listen to Solom and be able to close the showcase of the cosmetics and beauty sector, and of course learn the results of our jury's evaluation continue to the awards and get ready to receive the President of El Salvador, Nayib Bukele, who will be accompanying us in the closing of the K-Cafta Forum. Thank you very much for your understanding. It's an issue of security for the President, so in a few minutes we will be back. Please just wait outside. Thank you very much. presentations by the companies, and we were with the cosmetics and beauty sector. We had announced our friends from the company Solom. The jury told me that this company is not considered a startup in Korea because it's already trading, so it is out of contest. But what we are going to do is to give the opportunity to Solom to present and introduce the technology that they are working with. Having made this clarification, we welcome Solom to our forum. Welcome. Good afternoon. I'm a little bit ashamed because I made this presentation yesterday, but I believe to come back once again. I think that the people who saw my presentation yesterday, I want to tell you a little bit about some different things to what I said yesterday. So I'm going to go over the slides quickly. As I mentioned, it's a Korean company with 50 years of experience, 4,000 employees, a global network. We are a company that manufactures electronic components. We have many global customers that support us. Our history, although we are known as Solom since 2015, we started in the decade of the 70s as part of another organization that was part of Samsung. Our portfolio today, I want to tell you a little bit more about the chargers for electric vehicles. Let me advance a little bit more. I presented all of this yesterday. I apologize for the delay. We have talked a lot about in the last 10 years about electric vehicles in the region. We know that fossil fuels are very harmful for the environment. Electricity is a cleaner energy. However, despite the 10 years of news and projections, electric vehicles, not just in the Latin American region, but worldwide, do not have a very important age, and in some countries it's going backwards. So this situation happens because, in my personal opinion, there is a lack of vision to the future, or forward-looking vision. Most of us who are here are parents, and I believe that we all make great sacrifice to educate our children, but we don't expect an immediate return of our investment, but when children become adults. At this time, as all state entities and governments have considered electricity as if it were a public service, this fact has limited the expansion of the sale or adoption of electric vehicle technology. Why? Because electric car owners do not have where to recharge their vehicles. Why? Because since electricity at this time is a public service and it will continue being so in the future, since it is a public service, in most countries the legislation is not up to date. There is a monopoly, or almost all governments in Latin America control electricity. It's like a gasoline or diesel or fossil fuels that we can purchase in any corner of any street in Latin America. Why? Because electricity is 100% under state control. At this time, how are some countries doing? For instance, in Mexico, many shopping centers have adopted electric chargers and give charge for free to car owners, because at this time, relatively, the cost of electric cars is much higher. They have a much higher purchasing power. So to attract customers to their shopping centers, they give the electricity for free. In other countries, Technically speaking, they don't sell electricity, but they sell a parking space. They calculate more or less the amount of charge that an electric car can receive in 10, 30 minutes, and then they charge the credit card, usually through an app, to sell those 20 or 30 minutes of parking space, because technically speaking, selling electricity or having a third party to sell electricity to someone else technically is illegal. So I was mentioning that the investment that most of us make as parents in our children's education is an investment from K to university. It's 20 years of investment. I believe that at this time, state authorities and the business world should consider a little bit more and see beyond, because at this time we are in the vicious cycle of what comes first, the chicken or the egg, because this requires a large amount of investment. But without the initial investment, the public at large will not accept electric vehicles. So we are trying to introduce this technology in Latin America, and the little experience and the 2 years of research that we have done, we believe that there has to be some type of modification or reform in the country's law so that people can embrace or receive electric vehicle technology. So this was something different. It's the same presentation as yesterday, but I prefer to talk about a different point to what I presented yesterday. Thank you very much for your time.
Gracias a Solum.
Thank you, Solom, for this presentation, and thank you to all of the companies that made their presentations, with to our public and jury that will make the decisions that will soon learn. Meanwhile, we are going to listen to the words of John Kim, president of GDIM, who is also a member of the jury. Thank you for being with us.
Hola.
Hello. Finalmente.
The closing moment, and I'm very happy to, for 2 days, very smooth and no accident. Everybody, very aggressively attending all the seminar, especially in the joint venture showcase. Personally, I come here and I get 2 things from the Costa Rica. First is I was working for the startup promotion, startup growing for the last 30 years. And then I count on it, over 5,000 startups I tried to help. But this time, I got 5 Central America startup finally. So I can include the Central America startup in my pocket. This is a great moment for me. And second thing is, this is first time in one small event, 2 days event, but we have 2 presidents in the same event. This is a very, abnormal, very exciting moment. And I think the 10 startups can be blessing this exciting moment. And I wish they will grow up like Central America, another unicorn, or we try to help their global expansion and the global penetration with their technology. I think that Mr. Zhang, the general director, already mentioned why we did joint venture initiative for the globally. There is a very, the concrete reason to make them, work together, startup to startup. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, startup is domestic business, local business. There's no global, collaboration. But now, everybody talk about AI. Everything is AI. From the beginning to the end of the life, all life is impacted on the AI. But how we make the AI, we have to have data. But Korea, in case of the Korea, so many startups developed a new type of the AI. Today, you saw already, hairdresser. They applied the AI and data analysis, and they create the model, how the hair they can cut. But in Korea, they're very homogeneous society. So we have only Korean behavioral data, Korean emotional data, and the scientific is okay. But all our life-related data is Korean data. So when they go to another market, global market, they have to recalibrate. You know what? Recalibration is a huge cost, time and money. In their own country, it is not easy to collect the data. It costs a lot. But how about the other country, global market? It's double up, triple up. So that's why Born Global, from the starting, work together and make the global data. Based on the global data, they develop the AI algorithm. Then it can be a global product. It's a totally different era. 20 years ago, everybody talked about export, import. So this is very simple. If we make the product, it can be export. Then they use it. But the AI is a little different. For example, face recognition. If you develop the face recognition AI, it works very well in Costa Rica. But how about China? How about Japan? You need the Japanese face data. So this is why we try to promoting joint venture between different countries, startup, and all of us, even though include the CABEI and the government, try to support to build up the joint venture, and we support them to the globalization. So this is why we have this showcase, and thank you for attending, and please help and encouraging more startup to do develop the new innovative, disruptive, innovative, the technology, and helping the global more safe and more advanced life quality. Thank you again.
Muchísimas gracias al señor John Cap Kim, presidente.
Thank you, Mr. John Kamchi, President of IDG. I have asked him because now we are going to learn the names of the winners of this joint venture showcase. So I am going to ask the members of the jury to come to the main stage. Mr. Sobjin Chan, General Director of IGD, Mr. Jose Antonio Sana, President of Joint Emprendedor, and Ms. Claudia Paguada from Honduras Digital Challenge. If you be so kind to come to the middle of the stage, because it's the moment to find the winners. And we have Mr. Álvaro Alfaro, Country Manager of CABEI from the Costa Rican office, join the jurors. Let's welcome Don Álvaro. Also, thank you all. Let me know if they stay here or if they should move to the center. Please move to the middle, because in this case we will have a better vision and the possibility of giving a round of applause to the winners of the joint venture that is giving 3 awards: the Better Central American Startup, the Best Korean Startup, and the Major Award. And we already have the winners. The Best Central American Startup with 302 points, it goes to Biomatech from the agricultural sector. The Best Central American Startup, Biomatech. Congratulations to this company. Please get your award.
Felicitaciones.
Congratulations and thank you to all the Central American companies that participated. Of course, this is a reason of continue building these commercial relationships that are so important for our own development. We're now going to learn the best Korean startup. With 304 points, this award goes to AIU. We are going to ask the representative of the company AIW to approach us so he can accept his recognition as Best Korean Startup. But there are no problems. With 304 points, he was selected as the best. If it's not at this time, of course, we will give them their recognition as the best Korean startup to AIW. And now we have the main award, the great award of this joint venture in this K-Cafta Forum, this meeting that has been able to join, to gather two regions, corresponds to the company that received 334 points. It's the company Helton Cloud. We are going to ask its representatives to approach the stage. Congratulations to Helton Cloud, winner of this great award that they received from the hands of our chair, to whom we have Mr. Alfaro, country manager from CABEI in Costa Rica. And great effort of all of these companies to be here, but also continue working hard. And we are going to also give some participation certificates to all of the companies that participated in the joint venture. So I'm going to ask the members of the jury and also Don Alvaro to give out the certificates. I'm going to call them. If the representatives are with us, please come to the scenario. Let's start with ControlSoft. We are going to ask the representative of ControlSoft to please approach the stage to get his participation certificate. We have another for Biomatech, who was a winner but also received its participation certificate. Congratulations. And thank you for the effort of being here and thinking about the development and well-being and the great growth possibilities for our region. We also invite Ashin Hameitech, the Korean company that also participated in this joint venture. Thank you very much to all of these companies. We also invite the representative of Nanomedical to get its participation certificate. The company Liliap that also gave a presentation, told us about its history, and receives a participation diploma to recognize the valuable work that each of these companies does. We ask its representative to join us on the stage. We would also invite Helton Cloud from Korea that received the main award, but we also have a participation diploma for them, of course. They are going to frame it in a special place. Lilia, congratulations for this participation. We would like to invite the representative of Robots Maker here. Helton Cloud, the main winners of this joint venture that also receives a participation diploma. Each company does its main effort, and this is the effort and result of a lot of work of believing of overcoming their challenges that companies need to face along their history, and we are recognizing their participation. For our friends from Rover Make It, congratulations. Thank you for participating in this joint venture. And we would also like to invite the representative of Purple Education from Korea. Please come to receive your participation diploma. It is a pleasure to having received so many companies from the Central American region and Korea in this challenge. To network, to grow, and the business part was also moved, and we love that they were able to take advantage of this opportunity. We would like to invite Solom. I think that the representative of Solom had a meeting, but if you are here, please come get your certificate. And we also had another one for AIW. And they had received the award for the Best Korean Startup. The Best Korean Startup, and of course, the participation certificate. Very well, I think that we have given out all of the certificates. I'm going to ask you to give a round of applause to the members of the jury, to thanking them and Don Alvaro for joining this special moment of recognizing the work of the different companies. An applause for all winners. We finished this successful joint venture showcase, congratulating the winners. What comes next, ladies and gentlemen, is to get ready to welcome the President of the Republic of El Salvador, who will be entering the room shortly. Please stay here while we get ready for his arrival and for what will be the closing ceremony of this K-Cafta Forum organized by the Republic of Korea and CABEI that had very interesting participation from Korean and Central American companies that allowed us to learn what is happening and how we can create bonds between these two regions thanks to these important agreements that today we are seeing as a reality. Thanks to all for participating and congratulations to the company. So let's get ready for the arrival of the President of El Salvador.
So you may all be seated. The President of El Salvador is about to come in. Let me remind you, please be seated and we will let you know as soon as the president is about to come in and we'll all get standing. In the meantime, please go back to your seats. So please be seated and I will let you know in a few minutes as soon as he's about to come in so you can get standing.
Ahora sí, damas.
Ladies and gentlemen, to close this activity, please stand on your feet to receive Nayib Bukele Cortez, President of El Salvador. Welcome, Mr. President, and thank you for joining us in this activity. Thank you. Thank you all. Good evening, Mrs. President of the Central American of Economic Integration, directors of the bank that are joining us, Minister of Foreign Trade of the Republic of Costa Rica, members of the official mission, participants of K-Cafta, special guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. The honor you give me to close this activity is important in two ways. It's a very relevant event for the region and the relationship we have with the Republic of Korea that has been strengthened through the years with CABEI and Korea. We have a long partnership working with very important projects. We're working on the total renewal of a highway that includes an aerial 1-mile long road funded between CABEI and Korea. And in this way, in every country in the region, we see how Korean companies are investing stronger with government and private companies. And it's part of the expansion Korea has had that I've discussed with the members of the government of Korea, with Korean entrepreneurs, and I've always said Korea is an example to follow. Why is it an example to follow? Because they're a developed and wealthy country with high growth, of course. But there are other countries that are as developed and wealthy and with high growth. The difference between Korea and these other countries is Korea, just like us, doesn't have any oil, natural gas, and the necessary exploitation of mining products. But what they have is innovation, the decision, and the willingness to move forward. And they went from being a developing country to a first world country. And so they become an example to a region that we are a developing region with the willingness to work and learn from our older brothers and sisters to develop as they did one day. And I'm saying it's important two levels because it coincides with my visit to this beautiful country of Costa Rica, the brother of El Salvador, where we've had a beautiful reception that I wasn't expecting. The people of Costa Rica are not only hardworking, but also they've received us with a lot of warmth. We've seen that in the street, in the events, in the places we've been to. And basically, this is why we are brothers and sisters. And now, with the new vision of the president of the bank, we would like to have more partners so that the founders of the bank can reach an agreement so that we can have more partners and have stronger, long-lasting partnerships that bring about more transformation to our countries. El Salvador comes from being the black sheep of the family. We come from having a civil war that officially lasted 12 years, but it was actually 20. From the 70s to 1992, some people say 1982. It depends on what you want to measure. But it lasted from 12 to 20 years, and then we had the post-war, and then the gangs, which was another war. In both wars, and let's add all of them, we lost 250,000 Salvadorans that were murdered, plus a third of the population that had to migrate. And then the 2/3 that weren't murdered or migrated suffered the consequences of underdevelopment, poverty, exclusion, extortion, and criminality again. And it was difficult for us to turn away from the cliff we were heading at to the road of progress. We became the unsafest country in the world, even worse so than Africa, Asia, any country in America, Iraq, Afghanistan. That was El Salvador. And at the time, they gave us the nickname of the global capital of homicides. That was our name. And now it's the safest country in the Western Hemisphere. In 2023, we closed as the second safest after Canada, and hopefully 2024, we're going to be hopefully the safest of the entire Western Hemisphere. And that to us is not the transformation of El Salvador, but just the beginning, because then everything else comes afterwards. What can be built over a safe country? A few hours ago, we had a meeting with business people in CABEI, and it's what one legal security, political stability, physical security, and a vision of attraction of investment, promotion of private investment, foreign direct investment. And we come to Costa Rica, to our older brother in many areas. Costa Rica is far ahead in education, health, human development, biodiversity, tourism, which is one of the bids we have in El Salvador, but Costa Rica can teach us in tourism. And contribute as little as we can as far as safety is concerned, considering the political differences, but it's not so serious as the one we had. But like I said, it's a blessing for you to solve now that it's not as serious as what happened in El Salvador, and how among brothers, nations, we can help each other. Costa Rica has a problematic weather these days, and immediately we had some aid that was ready to go to Valencia, Spain. The government of Spain decided elsewhere, and so we redirected the aid to Costa Rica. The first plane arrived at 6, at noon the second, and in the afternoon the third one, with 300 rescuers, 400 tons of food, and 20 tons of medical input to work with the affected populations. And it's not because we're a wealthy country. El Salvador has needs. Why doesn't it use that money? But we are investing in our country. And what we've realized as well is that we get to, when we help another country, blessings come to ours. We sent a rescue mission to Turkey for the earthquakes, and there were big blessings to our country. Those that don't believe in God can see it as some sort of investment in strengthening partnerships or in making friends, in improving the image of our country globally. It's valid technical things that can be confirmed. That anyone can validate as correct. People that don't believe in God, but that think that somehow there is some sort of spirituality and balance, cosmic balance, believe in karma and dharma, and how good things come back to you. And this happens in all of the cultures, and the people that believe in our same God know that God tells us, you give and you receive. So regardless what everyone thinks, it will never be bad to give. And you don't give when you're wealthy. Whoever gives is because he wants to. And we're sure that this aid at this moment to our brother country, Costa Rica, will bring about lots of benefits to us in El Salvador. It's something we've seen and will be happening again. Also, we're learning a lot. Today we had a very fruitful meeting with Costa Rican business people. They're already investing in El Salvador. They've been investing. Others are beginning operations. And there was a company that was not investing in El Salvador, and that were about to open their offices, and they don't have a near plan to invest, and they decided to go to the meeting, and they said they worked in sustainable tourism, which is something we want to learn from Costa Rica, how to have a strong tourism that doesn't destroy the ecosystem and the environment, but instead that can improve it. And that's that company. So we're interested on looking at these companies in El Salvador, or that can at least expand to El Salvador. They were telling me one of the things they were doing was concerts for deaf people. And I thought it was interesting, and I was asking them how it works. And so they said these concerts, they do a booking of the most fashionable artists, the best ranked, the top 10. They do the concerts, and number one, sign language on stage. Number two, in deaf people, they can feel the vibrations, and they also see the lights, and they feel the experience. And so they're so happy for having had that experience that the organizers get teary, and they're making money this way. So they're not a charity foundation. They're changing the way for doing things in a sustainable fashion and having high profitability, even better than many companies that don't do things well. So I believe we've realized that by coming here, every one of these connections that we make with the people of Costa Rica, with CABEI, with the people of Costa Rica, with Korea, with Korean business people, every one of these connections talk to each other and create a network of friends and partners that will be much bigger than the addition of us all. And these events are so necessary to achieve this. I'm not going to reveal the plan of the president because she presented to me a few minutes ago and she hasn't made it public, but she has this vision of connecting, extending, having more friends, more partners, growing, and growing hand in hand. And it's not that this one will win at the expense of somebody else, but in the end, we all win because we all check for the well-being of our friends, partners, brothers. And in Central America, Korea is a partner, a friend, and a partner, and I'm sure that's how you see us as well. So we hope K-Cafta had brought us together even more, and that sets new challenges for the future to keep growing. Thank you, and may God bless you all. We would like to ask everybody to get standing to say goodbye to President Bukele, President of El Salvador. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Thank you. We would like to thank the President of El Salvador, Nayib Bukele, for having joined us in this closing activity. And we also have the words of special guests that would like to share with us in the successful closing of K-Cafta. To continue with the closing ceremony, we'd like to invite Kim Dong-jun, General Director of the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Korea, that will be discussing strengthening connections for a shared future, Korea and Central America, together for progress. We invite Kim Dong-jun. So I am here back on stage, and I had some words prepared for President Bukele, and I was going to talk about the president of Bukele in Korea, but now he left. Now I can't express the words I had prepared. During 2 days, we've celebrated this activity, and today we are concluding it. A very good job. Thank you. The Korean entrepreneurs have traveled from Korea, from far away, and have spent 2 days here having meetings, and that's why I would like to thank them for their effort. I'm sure some of you would have obtained fruits from this activity, and some may not. Even so, I believe that as a result of this event, in the case of the Korean business people, you might have felt the wind, the fire, the rain, the food, and the kindness of Central America. So now it's familiar for all of you. And then for the Central American business people, I am sure you might have noticed that they have a lot in common with the Korean business people, and most likely they will feel closer now. Personally, I believe this is the most important result of these events and the point of departure. As someone that has lived in the region for 3 years and has felt its beauty, passion, and kindness, and the wide opportunities, I can say with certainty that Korea and Central America are the best partners that complement each other. All of the business people here were selected through a rigorous selection process, and therefore, I wish the best for you to continue with the valuable relationships. And although it's not immediate, I'm sure you're going to have very valuable results. Once again, let me thank all of the business people that have participated in this forum. I will see you next time around in Korea. Finally, let me thank all of the organizers of CABEI, KTF, the directory, the board, and the Office of Costa Rica, COTRA from Korea, GBI, and the organizers of COPLAC. Thank you so much for your effort. Thank you, Kim Jong-jung, Director of the Ministry of Finance of Korea, for his participation. Now, Erwin Macis, Director for the Republic of Costa Rica of CABEI, that will share his remarks about this successful forum and how it gives way for a partnership for regional development of Costa Rica with CABEI as a strategic partner. Good evening, everyone, friends, directors, and all of the guests, business people from Central America and Korea. Very honored for having hosted this very important event. Important because from now on, there's going to be closer relationships with Central America and Korea. Mr. King, again, Thank you so much for having trusted on us on this great event that was opened by our president and was closed by Najib Bukele, an event that has a very high level. The difference between politicians and has been mentioned. Politicians think about next elections. Statesmen think about the next generations. In this activity, we had two statesmen, and I feel super happy and satisfied for having contributed a little something in encouraging the relationship between Korea, Costa Rica, and Central America. May God bless you all, and that we continue building this beautiful relationship. And to all of our brothers from Korea and Central America, I also wish you a very safe back home. And don't forget, this is your second home. Thank you, and may God bless you. Thank you, Mr. Erwin Masis, Director for the Republic of Costa Rica before CABEI. Ladies and gentlemen, we've arrived at the end of 2 very intensive days, and I'm sure they've been very productive. We've had deep discussions, exchange of transforming ideas in key areas such as infrastructure, trade, innovation, cybersecurity, and sustainability. So we wrap up this first business forum, and we feel very proud for having overcome the expectations of this space, whose purpose has been to strengthen the relationships between Central America and the Republic of Korea, connecting interests, sharing knowledge, and creating new strategic partnerships. And the participation of business leaders, government authorities, and experts have shown the extensive potential of this collaboration and the opportunities CABEI has created by putting these two worlds together. This forum has been a very valuable platform to create long-lasting connections and deepen the cooperation for the benefit of both regions. To finish, and exchange the contacts that are missing, we invite you to be a part of the Central American dinner that will be served at Cedros in the terrace, and it's waiting for you. Thank you. Welcome to Costa Rica, and let's hope we have several. Good evening. Don't forget to return your translation devices.